gentlemen, please help me welcome Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, Honorable Union Minister, Shri Mansukh Bhai Mandavia ji. We also welcome on the days Honorable Minister, Government of Gujarat, Shri Kanu Bhai Desai. We welcome Honorable Minister, Government of Gujarat, Shri Balwant Rajput. Shri Rajkumar IS, Chief Secretary, Government of Gujarat. Shri Mukesh Puri, IS MD, GSFC. Shri Pankaj Joshi, IS MD, GNFC Limited. Srimati Mamta Verma, IS Principal Secretary, EPD. And Shri Anand Desai, immediate past Chairman, CII Gujarat and MD of Anupam Rasayan Limited. मंचस्थ विराजमान सभी महानुभावों का हम एक बार फिर से तहे दिल से स्वागत करते हैं। अब आज के इस समिट की शुभ शुरुआत करने हेतु मैं मंचस्थ विराजमान सभी गणमान्य अतिथियों से नम्र निवेदन करती हूं कि वे दीप प्रागट्य के लिए आगे पधारें। इस समग्र सृष्टि पर प्रभु के आशीर्वाद अविरत बरसते रहें, ऐसी प्रार्थना अभ्यर्थना। धन्यवाद। We would now like to felicitate our esteemed dignitaries on the dais with a floral bouquet and a book. Foremost would like to request Shri Pankaj Joshi, IS, MD, GNFC Limited, to kindly welcome our Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel. Thank you. Would now like to request Shri Mukesh Puri, IS, MD, GSFC Limited, to kindly welcome Honorable Union Minister Shri Mansukh Bhai Mandavia ji. Dhanyavad. Would now like to request Srimati Mamta Verma, IS Principal Secretary, Energy and Petrochemicals Department, to kindly welcome Honorable Minister Shri Kanu Bhai Desai. Thank you. I would now like to request Shri Akshay Kumar Singh, MD and CEO, Petronet LNG, to kindly welcome Honorable Minister Shri Balwant Rajput. Thank you. I would now request Shri Anand Desai, immediate past Chairman CII Gujarat, MD Anupam Rasayan, to welcome Shri Rajkumar, IAS, Chief Secretary, Government of Gujarat. सांसद श्री मनसुख भाई वसावा का हम स्वागत करते हैं। वे मंचस्थ विराजमान हो। धन्यवाद। I would now request Shri Y.N. Patel, Head of Department Operations and Maintenance, GNFC, to welcome Shri Mukesh Puri, IAS, MD, GNFC Limited. धन्यवाद। मैं श्री पंकज जोशी से नम्र निवेदन करूंगी कि वे हमारे माननीय सांसद सभ्य श्री मनसुख भाई वसावा का स्वागत करें, अभिवादन करें। Thank you. I would now request Shri Ashok Panjwani, President, Jagadia Industrial Association, to welcome Shri Pankaj Joshi, IAS, MD, GNFC Limited. Thank you. I would now request Shri Bhadresh Mehta, Independent Director, GNFC, to welcome Srimati Mamta Verma, IAS, Principal Secretary, EPD. Thank you. And I would now request Shri Devang Thakur, President, BDMA, to welcome Shri Anand Desai, immediate past Chairman, CII Gujarat, MD, Anupam Rasayan Limited. Thank you very much. Now, in order to extend the welcome address and to set the tone of the event, I would like to invite Shri Pankaj Joshi, IAS, MD, GNFC Limited.
नमस्कार। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल साहब, माननीय केंद्रीय आरोग्य रसायन एवं उर्वरक मंत्री डॉक्टर मनसुख भाई मंडाविया साहब, गुजरात राज्य के माननीय वित्त, ऊर्जा और पेट्रोकेमिकल्स मंत्री श्री कनुभाई देसाई जी, गुजरात राज्य के माननीय उद्योग, श्रम और रोजगार मंत्री श्री बलवंत सिंह राजपूत जी, भरूच के सांसद श्री मनसुख भाई वसावा जी, मुख्य सचिव श्री राजकुमार सर, यहाँ उपस्थित डिग्निटरीज, उद्योग जगत के अग्रगण्य जन, सरकार के मेरे सहयोगी अधिकारी और प्रेस और मीडिया के मित्रों, 10वें गुजरात ग्लोबल वाइब्रेंट समिट के उपलक्ष्य पर आयोजित इस प्री वाइब्रेंट गुजरात इवेंट में आप सभी का तहे दिल स्वागत और अभिवादन करता हूं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल साहब के नेतृत्व में 10वें वाइब्रेंट गुजरात समिट की तैयारी अब अपने अंतिम पड़ाव पर है और इसलिए हम सभी के लिए यह समय और आज की ये इवेंट बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। ये मेरे लिए बहुत ही सौभाग्य की बात है कि वाइब्रेंट सिटी भरूच में मुझे फ्यूचर कैम्प गुजरात शेपिंग टुमारोज केमिकल्स एंड पेट्रोकेमिकल्स इंडस्ट्री थीम पर आयोजित इस विशिष्ट सेमिनार में आप सभी का स्वागत करने का अवसर मिल रहा है। मैं बहुत ही सम्मानित भी महसूस कर रहा हूं कि आज के इस विशेष कार्यक्रम में वो इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स और एक्सपर्ट्स मौजूद हैं जो गुजरात के केमिकल्स और पेट्रोकेमिकल सेक्टर को शेप देने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभा रहे हैं। मैं एक बार फिर आप सभी का हृदय से स्वागत, सत्कार और आवभगत करता हूं। गुजरात भारत के पेट्रो कैपिटल के रूप में जाना जाता है। गुजरात की इकोनॉमी में केमिकल्स और पेट्रोकेमिकल सेक्टर की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। बेसिक केमिकल से लेकर स्पेशलिटी केमिकल्स, पॉलीमर्स और फर्टिलाइज़र तक गुजरात का केमिकल सेक्टर भारत के मैन्युफैक्चरिंग लैंडस्केप में एक महत्वपूर्ण कंट्रीब्यूटर है। आज गुजरात के केमिकल्स और पेट्रोकेमिकल्स प्रोडक्ट्स को ग्लोबल लेवल पर मार्केट मिल रहा है। गुजरात बल्क केमिकल्स, पॉलीमर्स और स्पेशलिटी केमिकल का एक बड़ा एक्सपोर्टर भी है और इस वजह से यह देश व गुजरात की इकोनॉमी के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण फैक्टर है। इसलिए आज के इस प्री वाइब्रेंट गुजरात इवेंट में केमिकल्स और पेट्रोकेमिकल्स इंडस्ट्री से जुड़े डीकार्बोनाइजेशन, सस्टेनेबिलिटी, ग्लोबल पार्टनरशिप, एक्सपोर्ट पोटेंशियल, ग्रीन टेक्नोलॉजीज, एडवांस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, इंडस्ट्री 4.0, रिसर्च और इनोवेशन जैसे कई टेक्निकल सेशंस के आयोजन की रूपरेखा तैयार की गई है। ये सेशंस हम सभी के लिए केमिकल्स और पेट्रोकेमिकल सेक्टर में भविष्य में मौजूद संभावनाओं, इनोवेशन और सहयोगात्मक समाधानों पर विस्तृत चर्चा के लिए सार्थक मंच बनेंगे। मैं आशा रखता हूं कि आज के इस इवेंट के इंसाइट्स और आउटकम्स गुजरात को सस्टेनेबल ग्रोथ की दिशा में आगे बढ़ाने, औद्योगिक विस्तार और पर्यावरणीय प्रबंधन के बीच हार्मोनियस बैलेंस को बढ़ावा देने के लिए दिशा निर्धारण का काम करेंगे। आइए केमिकल्स और पेट्रोकेमिकल सेक्टर में समृद्धि के नए युग में प्रवेश के लिए हम सभी एक साथ आगे आएं और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी के विज़न विकसित भारत एट 2047 को साकार करने में हम सब साथ मिलकर अपना योगदान दें। मैं एक बार फिर आप सभी महानुभावों, गणमान्यों, अतिथिजनों और प्रतिभागियों का इतनी इफेक्टिव पार्टनरशिप के लिए धन्यवाद देता हूं और कामना करता हूं कि आज की ये प्री वाइब्रेंट गुजरात इवेंट हम सभी के लिए खूब प्रोडक्टिव बने। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय जय गरवी गुजरात।
सर, आपके उष्मापूर्ण शब्दों के लिए आपका भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। Gujarat, a prominent state in India, plays a pivotal role in the chemical and petrochemical industries, known for its robust infrastructure, favorable policies, and also very much skilled labor force. Gujarat has emerged as a significant hub of these sector and has been beneficial to every stakeholder. Let's see the glorious today and promising future of the chemical sector through an audiovisual film.
यथा चित्तम तथा वाचो, यथा वाचस्तथा क्रिया, चित्ते वाची क्रियायाम च साधूनाम एक रूपता. As is the mind, so is the speech. As is the speech, so is the action. For a visionary leader, there is uniformity in mind, speech and action. Under the visionary guidance of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi and the unwavering leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, Gujarat's transformative journey reaches its 20th year and the 10th Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit stands poised to unveil yet another chapter of success.
આજે ગ્લોબલ ફોર્ચ્યુન 500 કંપનીઓમાંથી અનેક કંપનીઓ ગુજરાતમાં પોતાના કારોબાર શરૂ કર્યા છે. આ બધું વાઇબ્રન્ટ સમિટની સફળતાને કારણે જ શક્ય બન્યું છે.
In 2 decades, Gujarat's dynamic industrial landscape thrives on innovation and collaboration. The chemicals and petrochemicals sector, in particular, has orchestrated a grand symphony of opportunities.
Valued at $178 billion, Bharat is 6th global and 4th Asian leader in the chemical and petrochemical sector and 11th largest global exporter of chemicals.
Gujarat, the petro capital of Bharat, spans basic and specialty chemicals, petrochemicals, fertilizers, agrochemicals, dyes, intermediates, and pharmaceuticals.
आज भारत की डाइस एंड इंटरमीडिएट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में गुजरात का योगदान करीब 75% है।
Home to the world's largest refinery in Jamnagar, along with other two major refineries. Gujarat became first in Bharat to commission the Dahej Petroleum, Chemicals and Petrochemicals region, PCPIR. It has the presence of Asia's largest petrochemical complex, OPAL, with advantage of strategic location of existing broad gauge rail, national and state highways, sea and air connectivity. Gujarat has exceptional industrial, transport and logistics infrastructure. The industrial parks, specialized zones, world-class ports, terminals and integrated petrochemical complexes serve as a beacon of innovation.
हमारे मैन्युफैक्चरिंग आउटपुट पे 12 गुना बढ़ोतरी हुई है। केमिकल सेक्टर में गुजरात देश और दुनिया की तमाम कंपनियों की पसंद बन गया है।
Gujarat, through initiatives like Atmanirbhar Gujarat Schemes 2022 and Industrial Policy 2020, foster an environment for petrochemical growth. Today, investments of about rupees 1.04 lakh crores have been made in the manufacturing sector by several major players and has generated direct employment of more than 50,000 and indirect employment of more than 1,70,000. FutureChem Gujarat, with the spirit of innovation, research and green sustainability at the core of its every endeavor, invites stakeholders to be a part of a confluence where vibrant opportunities for growth thrive with welcoming business vibes. As the chemical and petrochemical industry of Gujarat is resolute to increase Bharat's global stake to $20 trillion by 2040 and become the major force towards its goal of Viksit Bharat by 2047. It opens the doors for great investment opportunities to enter the gateway of a great future.
Thank you. Now, on this August occasion, today we have with us some eminent industrialists. Foremost, we'll welcome Shri Deepak Mehta from Deepak Group to share his experiences with us.
हमारा लाडीला माननीय चीफ मिनिस्टर साहेब भूपेंद्र भाई, इंडियानी $200 बिलियन केमिकल बिजनेसना कैप्टन डॉक्टर मांडवियाजी, अमरा अमे कहीं केमिकल क्रिकेट कंपनीना कैप्टन कहिए, माननीय कनुभाई, बलवंत सिंह जी, मनसुख भाई वसावा जी, मित्रों, જ્યારે ગુજરાત મુંબઈથી છૂટું પડ્યું ત્યારે ગુજરાતમાં 2 કે 4 કેમિકલ કંપનીઓ હતી. ટાટા કેમિકલ્સ જે સોડા એશ બનાવતી હતી, જીએસએફસીને હજી નવું ચાલુ કરતી હતી. અને એ સિચ્યુએશનમાં કેમિકલ કંપનીઓ એટલે આમ 2, 4, 6 એવી ગણાય એવું હતું. ત્યારથી એ દિવસોમાં એક નાનકડી કંપની કે જેણે અહીંયા કેમિકલ ચાલુ કર્યું બનાવવાનું, ટોટલ કેપિટલ અબાઉટ 45 લાખ રૂપિયાથી ચાલુ કરેલી કંપની એ દીપક નાઇટ્રાઇટ બરોડામાં જ્યારે ચાલુ કરી, આજે એ દીપક નાઇટ્રાઇટ 45 લાખમાંથી 30,000 કરોડ રૂપિયાનું માર્કેટ કેપ ઊભી કરી શક્યું છે. અને સાહેબ, અમે તો વન ઓફ ધ મેની છીએ. મારી સાથે યુપીએલ છે એ તો આની કરતાં ઘણા વધારે આગળ વધી ગયા છે, રિલાયન્સ છે, જે બીજી કંપનીઓ છે. એટલે આ બધાનો પ્રતાપ અમે નહીં પણ ગુજરાત કે જેણે આજે એટલો બધો જબરજસ્ત પ્રોગ્રેસ કર્યો છે કેમિકલ સેક્ટરમાં કે આખા ભારતના 60% કેમિકલ સેક્ટર, જે આપણે કહીએ છીએ કે $200 બિલિયન કેમિકલ સેક્ટર ઇન્ડિયાનું ગણાય, એના 50%, 60% એક માત્ર ગુજરાતમાં, અને જે 50 વર્ષ પહેલાં કંઈ નહોતું એવું અહીંયા ગુજરાતમાં થયું છે. અને જ્યારથી વાઇબ્રન્ટ ગુજરાત ચાલુ થયું ત્યારથી અમે જોઈતા રહીએ છીએ કે દર વર્ષે બમણું જ થતું ગયું છે ગ્રોથ. અમારી દીપક 2014માં વાઇબ્રન્ટ ગુજરાતમાં આ જ રીતે ઉત્સાહભરી અમે વિચાર કર્યો કે અહીંયા એક પેટ્રોકેમિકલનો પ્લાન્ટ મૂકીએ, અને દેશભરમાં અમે જે બનાવવા માગતા હતા ફિનોલ, કેપેસિટીઓ હતી 30,000 ટન, 25,000 ટન, અને લોકો કહેતા હતા કે એટલી જ કરવી જોઈએ, મોટી ન કરાય. પણ અમે કહ્યું અમે ગુજરાતમાં છીએ તો ગુજરાતમાં હંમેશા અમે મોટો જ વિચાર કરીએ, કારણ કે ગુજરાત એક એવી જગ્યા છે કે જ્યાં લોકો એક એસ્પિરેશનલ લાઈફ જીવી રહ્યા છે. અમે ત્યારે 30,000 ટન જે લોકો બનાવતા હતા એની સામે અમે નક્કી કર્યું કે નાખશું તો વર્લ્ડ સ્કેલ નાખશું, અને 30,000ની સામે અમે 2 લાખ ટનનો પ્લાન્ટ નાખ્યો. 2018માં એ પ્લાન્ટ નાખ્યો, અને આજે એ પ્લાન્ટ 3 લાખ ટન બનાવી રહ્યું છે. 5 વર્ષમાં અમે 50% પાછું એ જ પ્લાન્ટની કેપેસિટી વધારી. વાઇબ્રન્ટ ગુજરાતના ઇન્સ્પિરેશનમાં જે 2014માં અમે આ 1,500 કરોડનું ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ સાઇન કર્યું, 2018માં બીજા 1,500નું કર્યું, અને આ વર્ષે અમે બીજા 5,000 કરોડનું ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ સાઇન કર્યું છે. અને જેમ જેમ સાઇન કરતા જઈએ છીએ એમ આગળ વધતા જઈએ. આવતા વર્ષ સુધીમાં નવું 2,000 કરોડનું ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ તમારું પૂરું થશે, અને આવતા 3 વર્ષમાં બીજા 5,000 કરોડનું પૂરું થશે. હવે એટલું જ નહીં, પણ જે રીતે આખી ઇકોસિસ્ટમ ગુજરાતમાં થઈ છે એ પ્રમાણે જેટલું અમે વધ્યા છીએ એટલા અમારે આગળ અને પાછળ જે કહીએ ને બેકવર્ડ અને ફોરવર્ડ ઇન્ટિગ્રેશન પણ એટલું જ ઝડપથી વધી રહ્યું છે. અમારે ડાઉનસ્ટ્રીમ કસ્ટમર્સ મેઘમણી જેમ છે, આરતી છે, નોસિલ છે, કેટલી કંપનીઓ હવે ફિનોલ ને એસેટોન ઉપર આવવા માંડી ગઈ છે આજુબાજુમાં. કેમલિન જેવી કંપની છે કે જે આખી દુનિયાની અમુક સ્પેશિયલિટી કેમિકલ દહેજમાં બનાવીને વેચી રહી છે. એ જ રીતે અપસ્ટ્રીમમાં ઓપાલ જે આવી ગયું, હવે દીપક અને ઓપાલની વચ્ચે અમે પાઇપલાઇનથી જ બિઝનેસ ટ્રાન્સપોર્ટ કરીએ છીએ. આ કદાચ હજી ઓછું હતું તો આજે આપણે સાઇન કરી રહ્યા છીએ એક જબરજસ્ત MOU પેટ્રોનેટની સાથે, અને પેટ્રોનેટ મારા ખ્યાલથી સૌથી મોટું પ્રોપલિનનો પ્લાન્ટ, PDHનો પ્લાન્ટ અહીંયા મૂકી રહ્યા છીએ કે સહભાગી અમે પણ એમની પાસેથી પાઇપલાઇનથી એ પ્રોપલિન લેતા જશું, અને આવતા વર્ષોમાં જે કેપેસિટી અમારી છે એ પણ અમે બમણી કરવાની કોશિશ કરતા રહીશું. તો આ ગુજરાત છે કે આ ગુજરાત કે જેણે ભારતને દિશા દેખાડી છે કે કેવી રીતે આપણે દુનિયામાં એક એવી જગ્યા, એવી પોઝિશન સ્થાપન કરીએ કે લોકો ચાઇના પ્લસ જ્યારે વિચાર કરે ત્યારે પહેલાં ઇન્ડિયાનો વિચાર કરે ને એમાં પહેલાં ગુજરાતનો વિચાર કરે. આવી પરિસ્થિતિમાં જ્યારે એક રીતે જોઈએ છીએ ત્યારે એમ લાગે કે આજે ઇન્ડિયાની ટોટલ કેમિકલ આઉટપુટ અબાઉટ $180 બિલિયન કઈ છે. તો જેમ ઇન્ડિયા $5 ટ્રિલિયન માટે કોશિશ કરી રહી છે, અને આપણા પ્રધાનમંત્રી સાહેબે કહ્યું કે 2047માં એ પહોંચશે, પણ મારા ખ્યાલ પ્રમાણે તો એનાથી 5-7 વર્ષ પહેલાં પહોંચી જશે. તો એ સમયે આપણું જે કેમિકલ બિઝનેસ છે જે આજે $200 બિલિયન ગણીએ, તો આવતા 10 વર્ષમાં એ 200 બિલિયનનું $1 ટ્રિલિયન થવાની ઓપોર્ચ્યુનિટી છે. એટલું બધું ઇન્ડિયાનું ડેવલપમેન્ટ થઈ રહ્યું છે. અને એ જો $1 ટ્રિલિયન થવાનું હોય અને જો ગુજરાતે એમનો 50% ભાગ હજી એ સાચવી રાખવાનો હોય તો વી આર લુકિંગ એટ ઇન ગુજરાત ગ્રોઈંગ ફ્રોમ 100 બિલિયન to 500 billion in 10 years' time. This is the fantastic opportunity Gujarat has. અને એમાં જ્યારે આપણે હવે નવી ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝો વિચાર કરીએ છીએ, સેમિકન્ડક્ટર્સ, EVs, ઇલેક્ટ્રિક વ્હીકલ્સ, સોલાર, તો આ બધા માટે પણ જે નવા ટાઈપના એન્જિનિયરિંગ પોલિમર જોશે, જે નવી ટાઈપના કેમિકલ્સો જોશે, ઇલેક્ટ્રોલાઇટ જોશે, એ બધા પણ આજે ઇન્ડિયાની અંદર જો સૌથી સારામાં સારી જગ્યા હોય બનાવવાની તો એ ગુજરાત છે. આટલું સારું ગ્રોથ થાય ત્યારે કોઈ વખત એવો વિચાર આવી શકે કે ગુજરાતમાં શું કેમિકલ્સ હવે ઘણું થઈ ગયું, હવે આપણે બીજું વધારીએ. તો એ વિચાર સામે મારું એક જ કહેવું છે કે આ ગુજરાતની મોનોપોલી છે. કેમિકલ્સ ઇઝ ધ સ્ટ્રેન્થ ઓફ ગુજરાત. એને તો આપણે છોડવું જ નથી. એટલે આપણું જે 50%નું જે માર્કેટ કન્ટ્રીનું છે એ તો આપણે છોડવું જ નથી. એના સાથે સાથે જે બીજું ગ્રો થાય એ કરતા રહેવું છે. અને જેમ જેમ નવા દિવસો આવતા જાય એમ આપણે કહીએ કે કેમિકલ્સમાં પ્રોબ્લેમ્સ ઓફ એન્વાયરમેન્ટ, પ્રોબ્લેમ્સ ઓફ પોલ્યુશન, પ્રોબ્લેમ્સ એ બધા હતા, ઘણા ઓછા થતા જાય છે. પણ આવતીકાલના દિવસોમાં જેમ આપણા જે ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીયલ ઇસ્ટેટ્સ છે એ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીયલ ઇસ્ટેટ્સ કેવી રીતે સ્માર્ટ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીયલ ઇસ્ટેટ થાય, જેમ સ્માર્ટ સિટીઝ થાય એ રીતે કે જેમાં સેન્સર્સ હોય, સેન્સર થ્રુ કંટ્રોલ થાય, એન્વાયરમેન્ટ કેવી રીતનું છે, કઈ કંપની ક્યાં કેવી રીતનું એન્વાયરમેન્ટ સાચવી રહ્યું છે, ક્યાંય પણ ચેલેન્જ આવે, ફાયર આવે તો કેવી રીતે સેન્સર્સ થ્રુ ઇમિડિયેટ કંટ્રોલ થાય કે જ્યાં ઇમિડિયેટ રિસ્પોન્સ આવે. આ બધી જે આજે મોસ્ટ મોડર્ન આઈડિયાઝો છે સ્માર્ટ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીયલ સ્ટેટ્સ માટે, જે હમણાં ચાઇનામાં પણ એ લોકો કરી રહ્યા છે, એ બધી આપણે પણ દહેજ જેવી જગ્યામાં જ્યારે મૂકશું ત્યારે આપણે એ જ દહેજને જેટલી આજે કેપેસિટી છે એની કરતાં 4 ગણી મોટી કેપેસિટી આવે અને છતાંય દહેજ એ બધું સાચવી શકે એની માટે આપણે કોશિશ કરી શકશું. આજના દિવસોમાં જ્યારે આપણે દુનિયા જોવા જઈએ છીએ ત્યારે એક બાજુ આપણને લાગે છે કે ઇન્ડિયા આટલું બધું જબરજસ્ત ગ્રોથ કરી જ રહ્યું છે, ત્યારે આખી દુનિયામાં આ જ દિવસોમાં there is a huge amount of recession કહો કે ઓવર કેપેસિટી કહો. આજે આપણે ઇન્ડિયામાં મનસુખભાઈ આપણે કહીએ છીએ કે ઇન્ડિયા નીડ્સ 1 પેટ્રોકેમિકલ ક્રેકર એવરી યર. ત્યારે આ જ સમયે ચાઇનામાં એટલી બધી કેપેસિટી આવી ગઈ છે કે આખી દુનિયામાં 18 પેટ્રોકેમિકલ ક્રેકરે બંધ કરવું પડશે ઇન ઓર્ડર ટુ રિયલી મેક ધ વર્લ્ડ બેલેન્સ. એ જ રીતે અમે એગ્રોકેમિકલ્સમાં જોઈએ, ડાઈ સ્ટફ્સમાં જોઈએ, બધે આ બધી કન્ટ્રીઓએ ઓવર કેપેસિટી કરી છે. અને છતાંય આપણે વધવાનું છે, કારણ કે આપણે એક વસ્તુ શીખ્યા છીએ કે વર્ષો પહેલાં પેનિસિલિન જી જેવી વસ્તુ આપણે કહ્યું કે ના ચાઇના સસ્તું બનાવે છે એટલે આપણે નથી પોસાઈ શકાતું, અને એ દિવસોનું જે ગવર્મેન્ટ હતું એમને કાંઈ સપોર્ટ ન આપ્યો. તો એ પેનિસિલિન જી એક વસ્તુ બંધ થવાથી આજે ભારતના 50% ફાર્માસ્યુટિકલ પ્રોડક્ટ્સ જે બાયોફાર્મા હોય એ ડેવલપ ના થયા. અને આજે આપણે મહેનત કરવી પડે છે કે આત્મનિર્ભરતા ફાર્મામાં કેવી રીતે લાવી, એ છેલ્લા 30 વર્ષનું જે સ્ટોપેજ થયું હતું એ પાછું કેવી રીતે લાવવું. એટલે આત્મનિર્ભરતા દેશ માટે ખૂબ જ અત્યંત જરૂરી છે, કારણ કે એવું ન થાય કે જેમ આજે એક કન્ટ્રી કંઈ લડાઈ કરવા માટે કંઈ એને બંદૂકો કે તોપો જરૂર નથી, કોમર્સ વાપરીને પણ આપણી કન્ટ્રીને તકલીફમાં આપી શકે એમ છે. તો આવી સિચ્યુએશનમાં આપણે આત્મનિર્ભરતા કરવાની જરૂર છે અને એમાં મને ખૂબ જ કોન્ફિડન્સ છે કે આપણા કેપ્ટન સાહેબ હંમેશા આપણને પેટ્રોકેમિકલ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીને દિલ્હીમાં સપોર્ટ કરાવશે અને વી વિલ બી એબલ ટુ બ્રિંગ all these capacities competitively. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your experiences with us. We have with us Shri Jay Shroff, Chairman and Group CEO, UPL Limited. Please help me welcome Mr. Jay Shroff to talk about his experiences.
Respected Chief Minister Bhupendra Bhai, Shri Dr. Mansukh Bhai Mandavia, Minister, Union Minister, Kanu Bhai Desai, Minister, Bhupendra Balwant Singh Rajput ji, Chief Secretary Rajkumar ji, Mansukh Bhai Basawa, our MLA. Pleasure to be here. Thank you very much. Deepak Bhai covered a lot of the important journeys of the industry. I would like to share a small experience of mine. When I was 4 years old, my father set up UPL in Vapi as a small company with 5 lakhs rupees of capital. And the most important person at that time in the state was not the chief minister, not the chief secretary, but the telephone operator in Vapi Exchange. Because if they did not take your call or give you priority, you had to wait 2 days to get a phone call to Bombay from Vapi. And he used to take, I think, 6 hours to come from Bombay to Vapi. And my fondest memories are my summer holidays in Vapi, my weekends in Daman. And this is how my father built UPL. Under the visionary leadership of so many amazing chief ministers, but our now Prime Minister, UPL has really built a foundation to become the 5th largest agrochemical company in the world. Today, as a specialty chemical company, we are, if you just look at our manufacturing platform, we are the largest specialty chemical company in India. And with presence in 138 countries, wherever there is agriculture, you will see 1 or 2 of UPL products being used. So often we talk to our teams and we find that every small farmer around the world at least uses one of UPL products. And in vision of our Prime Minister to make agriculture safer and the food safer and make environment and sustainability better, UPL has now become the largest biosolution company to focus on biocontrol, to focus on biostimulants. And as climate change takes over, we believe that farmers who are feeding us every day need a lot of technology to fight climate change. Deepak Bhai talked a lot about the chemical industry, and it is really a growth engine. 96% of every industry, every part of our growth going forward from here to 5 trillion and 20 trillion is going to have 96% contribution from the chemical industry. So without the chemical industry, I do not think we can achieve the 20 trillion vision at all. So I believe that the support and the direction Gujarat has given us through the journey of growth from small-scale industries. All the major industries here started off as small-scale industries, and today we have reached, global heights and global scales. And I believe with the vision of Prime Minister, with the support of our Union Minister of Chemicals and the state machinery and also all the political class, I believe that the 20 trillion economy will have a huge impact of the chemical industry. We have learned from small industrial estates to what is required for the chemical industry, and the PCPIR is a fantastic journey for us. I don't want to take too much time as we are running late, but I just want to share our story to you and our journey. Today, UPL has more offices than the Indian government has embassies around the world. So often I tell some of our foreign secretary that when you don't have a embassy, please let us know. You can use our offices. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your experience and also for showing the trust in the state of Gujarat and its policies. Today, we are going to sign various MOUs to outline the intentions to collaborate or cooperate on various specific projects, research, and business endeavors within the chemical and petrochemical sector. Foremost, the project is on manufacturing project for 5 GW renewable power, solar and hybrid battery storage, green hydrogen and derivatives. And for that, I call upon Shri Jay Shroff, Chairman and Group CEO, UPL Limited, and from the Government of Gujarat, we call upon Shri Rajendra Mistry, Chief Project Officer and General Manager, IC. Yes. Congratulations and best wishes. Next is Petrochemicals project of 750 KTPA of PDH and 500 KTPA of PP plant, including propane and ethane handling facilities. And I would like to call upon Shri Pramod Narang, Director Technical from Petronet LNG Limited, and from Government, we call upon Dr. N.K. Meena, IAS, Joint MD, GIDC. Both the parties are going to sign 3 MOUs. This is the first. Congratulations and good wishes. The next is between Petronet LNG Limited and the Government of Gujarat, which is regasification capacity expansion from 17.5 to 22.5 MMTPA in 2 phases at Dahej. We request Shri Pramod Narang and Dr. N.K. Meena, sir, to kindly exchange the MOUs. Congratulations and good wishes. Next is affordable rental housing complex at Excel Village, Bharuch. And again, the MOU signed and exchange will be done by Shri Pramod Narang, Director Technical, and Dr. N.K. Meena, IAS, Joint MD, GIDC, Government of Gujarat. Thank you very much. We extend good wishes. Next is the Gujarat State Fertilizers and Chemicals Limited GSFC, Shri Mukesh Puri IAS Managing Director, and the MOU will be exchanged with Srimati Mamta Verma IAS Principal Secretary, Energy and Petrochemicals Department, Government of Gujarat. This is for sulfuric acid, Dahej Greenfield Complex, melamine for polymer unit, solar power and green hydrogen. Thank you. Next is with Gujarat State Fertilizers and Chemicals Limited, Shri H.N. Gujar, Executive Director, Project, and Shri Amit Kumar, Port Officer, Government of Gujarat. This is for the jetty expansion at Sikka. The government body is the Gujarat Maritime Board. Congratulations and thank you. Next is Gujarat Narmada Valley Fertilizers and Chemicals Limited, and with EPD, we request Shri Pankaj Joshi, IAS Managing Director, and Srimati Mamta Verma, IAS Principal Secretary, Energy and Petrochemicals Department, Government of Gujarat, to exchange the MOUs. This is for new vinyl acetate monomer and propylene. Congratulations and good luck. We now call upon Shri Rajendra Thorat, Vice President Operations from Deepak Fertilizers and Petrochemicals Corporation Limited, and Shri J.B. Dave, Deputy Commissioner of Industries, Government of Gujarat, to exchange MOUs for nitric acid plants. Thank you and good wishes. Next is Gujarat Fluorochemicals Limited, Shri Sanat Kumar, Executive President, and the MOU will be exchanged with Dr. N.K. Meena, IAS, Joint MD, GIDC, Government of Gujarat. It is for PDFE and its compounding units. Congratulations and good wishes. Next we have Shri Sumil Somani, Managing Director from Bizazan Group, and from the government side we have Shri J.B. Dave, Deputy Commissioner of Industries, Government of Gujarat, and the MOU will exchange for defense explosive and industrial chemical products. Congratulations and good wishes. And we now have Shri Pavan Kumar Mishra, Executive Director, Gujarat Chemical Port Limited, and from the government side we have Dr. N.K. Meena, IAS, Joint MD, GIDC, Government of Gujarat. This MOU is for construction of LPG wagon loading gantry and associated facility. Congratulations and good wishes. Ladies and gentlemen, today, on this August occasion, 11 MOUs have been signed and the amount is more than 67,000 crores. Thank you very much. Now, with due respect, I would request Shri Rajkumar, Chief Secretary, Government of Gujarat, to kindly deliver his special address.
Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel ji, Honorable Union Minister of Pharmaceuticals, Chemicals and Fertilizers, Dr. Mansukh Mandaviya ji, Honorable Minister of Finance, Energy and Petrochemicals, Shri Kanubhai Desai ji, Honorable Minister of Industry, Shri Balwant Singh Rajput ji, Honorable Member of Parliament, Shri Mansukh Wasawa ji, my colleague, Shri Mukesh Puri, MD GSFC, Shri Pankaj Joshi, MD GNFC, Srimati Mamta Verma, Principal Secretary, Energy and Petrochemicals Department, Industry Captain, Shri Deepak Bhai, Shri Jai Shroff, dignitaries, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार. I am truly honored to stand before you today at this pre-vibrant seminar focusing on pivotal theme of FutureChem Gujarat, shaping tomorrow, chemicals and petrochemicals industry. As we delve into dynamic landscape of this sector, it's imperative to recognize the global dynamics that currently shape this industry. It brings me great pride to share that India, and particularly Gujarat, has made commendable strides in the year 2023. While the global chemical production increased by marginally 0.1%, India witnessed a robust growth of approximately 4.5%. Notably, certain products like synthetic rubber, synthetic detergent, intermediates experienced a remarkable surge of over 20% compared to the previous year. The chemical and petrochemical industry, as you all know, serves as a cornerstone for both the Indian economy and the state of Gujarat. Presently, around 80% of the chemicals are classified as commodity chemicals, with the remaining 20% categorized as specialty chemical. Moreover, the industrial sector emerges as a significant consumer of chemical products. In terms of exports, India contributes significantly to the total major chemicals and petrochemicals produced in the country. Astonishingly, from April to July 23, Gujarat alone accounted for chemical exports worth around Indian rupees 30.5 thousand crores, representing nearly 48.5% of India's total chemical exports. Government of Gujarat, due to its pro-policy and pro-governance approach, has played a pivotal role in reforming the chemical and petrochemicals industry. Notably, with the establishment of Petroleum, Chemicals and Petrochemicals Investment Region, PCPIR, in 2017, marked a crucial step towards strengthening the chemical and petrochemicals industry in the state. Gujarat's PCPIR has not only attracted investments of about 1.25 lakh crores, but also has generated employment opportunities for about 2.38 lakh individuals. Moreover, the development of essential supporting infrastructure, such as India's first 100 MLD desalination plant in Dahej, world's largest single-stream ammonia urea fertilizer complex in GNFC at Bharuch, and India's first chemical port in Dahej, has significantly contributed to the industry's growth. Establishment of refineries in the state has been instrumental in fostering the development of high value-added petrochemicals industry in the state. Aligning with India's vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, Gujarat is now aiming to spearhead the development of new chemical industries, including green chemicals, platform chemicals, green fertilizers, green catalysts, biocatalysts, and green electrolytes. An emerging and crucial focus area within the chemical industry is on green hydrogen and green ammonia, both holding the potential to decarbonize the sector and contribute to the greener economy. Gujarat is resolutely committed to ensuring a clean and green environment in alignment with United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Friends, I firmly believe that with a more cohesive, collaborative, and focused approach, the chemical and petrochemical industry in Gujarat is poised for the next phase of growth. This pre-vibrant seminar has been meticulously structured to facilitate discussions by distinguished speakers from global industrial leaders, government officials, and subject matter experts. These discussions will revolve around key areas such as global collaborations, trade opportunities, accelerating industry readiness, and emerging trends and innovative practices in chemical and petrochemicals sector. As we engage in these discussions today, I am confident that the insights shared will act as a catalyst, propelling Gujarat to become a global leader in chemicals and petrochemicals sector. Let's actively participate and contribute to making Gujarat FutureChem ready. I would also like to take this opportunity to invite you to the upcoming edition of Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024, scheduled on 10th, 11th, and 12th January 2024 at strengths across sectors and its preparedness to lead the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. Alongside the summit, Vibrant Gujarat Global Trade Show will also take place, and it will focus on business matchmaking, networking, and B2B interactions. Events such as buyer-seller meets and MSME conclave would be of immense relevance. We are open to innovative ideas for investments, work collaboratively to create new opportunities to improve socio-economic well-being of our citizens, as well as seek your inputs, feedback, and concerns regarding investments in Gujarat. We look forward to the opportunity of hosting you in Gujarat at 10th Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Jai Garvi Gujarat.
Thank you very much, sir, for your significant address. આજની આ મહત્વપૂર્ણ પ્રી સમિટમાં આપણી સાથે છે માનનીય ઉદ્યોગ મંત્રી ગુજરાત રાજ્ય શ્રી બળવંતસિંહજી રાજપૂત. આવો તાળીઓ સાથે તેઓના સંબોધન માટે તેઓને આમંત્રિત કરીએ.
આજના આ સમારંભમાં મારા ગુજરાતના પ્રેમાળ ગતિશીલ એવા આદરણીય મુખ્યમંત્રી ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈ પટેલ સાહેબ, કેન્દ્રના રસાયણ અને ખાતર મંત્રાલયના માન્ય મંત્રી શ્રી ડૉક્ટર મનસુખભાઈ માંડવિયા સાહેબ, મારા સાથી મંત્રી મુરબ્બી શ્રી કનુભાઈ દેસાઈ, અધિક મુખ્ય સચિવ રાજકુમારજી, તમામ અધિકારીશ્રીઓ, તમામ ધારાસભ્યશ્રીઓ, તમામ મારા ઉદ્યોગકાર ભાઈઓ, પત્રકાર મિત્રો, આજે આપ સૌ આટલી મોટી સંખ્યામાં ઉપસ્થિત રહીને ઉત્સાહ બતાવ્યો એ બદલ ગુજરાત સરકાર તરફથી આપનો ખૂબ ખૂબ હું આભાર માનું છું. આજે મને કહેતા વાતનો આનંદ છે કે હમણાં જ આપણા રોકાણકાર ભાઈઓ નાનકડી કંપનીમાંથી અનેક ઘણું જ્યારે આગળ વધ્યા હોય ત્યારે ચોક્કસપણે આદરણીય આપણા પ્રધાનમંત્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદી સાહેબ જ્યારે ગુજરાતના મુખ્યમંત્રી હતા, એમણે અનેક પ્રકારની એવી પોલિસીઓ બનાવી, એવું સ્ટ્રક્ચર બનાવ્યું, એવી ફેસિલિટીઓ બનાવી, અને આદરણીય અમારા મુખ્યમંત્રી ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈ પટેલ સાહેબ આજે પણ ગુજરાતમાં એ ગતિ જળવાઈ રહે એવી અનેક પ્રકારની પરિસ્થિતિનું નિર્માણ થયું. એના કારણે આજે ગુજરાત દિન પ્રતિદિન આજે આગળ વધી રહ્યું છે. આજે આપણે સૌ જાણીએ છીએ કે સમગ્ર ગુજરાતમાં, આખા દેશમાં 33% વધારે નિકાસ જો કોઈ કરતું હોય તો ગુજરાત રાજ્ય કરે છે. આપણા સૌ માટે આ એક ગુજરાતનું એક ગૌરવ છે. આપણે એ પણ જાણીએ છીએ કે સમગ્ર આજે પેટ્રોલિયમ અને રસાયણ માટેની જે ફેક્ટરીઓ જે પહેલાં ગુજરાતમાં હતી એ આજે એની અંદર વધારો થઈને ડબલ કેપેસિટીની ફેક્ટરીઓ આજે થઈ છે. ગુજરાતમાં જે મૂડીરોકાણ વધ્યું એ 5 ગણું થયું છે. કુલ ઉત્પાદનનો જે રેશિયો છે એ 7 ગણો આજે વધ્યો છે, અને નેટ મૂલ્ય જે કહેવાય એની અંદર પણ 8% વધારો આજે જોવા મળી રહ્યો છે. ગુજરાત સરકાર હંમેશા કેમિકલ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝને અનેક પ્રકારની સુવિધાઓ સાથે જોડી શકાય, જેમ હમણાં કહેવામાં આવ્યું હતું કોમન ફેસિલિટી, એવી અનેક પ્રકારની ફેસિલિટી આપણે દહેજમાં અને એની સાથે સાથે સાયખામાં અનેક રીતે કરી એના કારણે આજે આપણું ડેવલપમેન્ટ થયું છે. આજે લોજિસ્ટિક ટોચમાં એમ કહેવાય કે સમગ્ર ભારતની અંદર આપણે આજે નંબર 1 છીએ. આજે નિકાસના વિવિધતામાં પણ આપણો 100% કોષ છે. એની સાથે સાથે આત્મનિર્ભર ગુજરાતની યોજના 2022ની જે નીતિ છે એ મોટા પાયે તમામ રોકાણોને આકર્ષણ કરીને ગુજરાતનું એક સારું ભાવિ બને એ માટેની એક ડેવલપમેન્ટ સારી સ્કીમ છે. રાજ્યમાં સંકલિત લોજિસ્ટિક અને લોજિસ્ટિક પાર્કની નીતિ, હમણાં આપણે જોયું હશે કે આપણા 2 પાર્ક એટલે એક બલ્ક પાર્ક અને એ બલ્ક પાર્કના કારણે અનેક સુવિધાઓ, કોમન ફેસિલિટી, સ્માર્ટ ફેસિલિટી, એ બધું જો આજે આપણે આયોજન કરવાના છીએ એના કારણે તમામ ઉદ્યોગપતિઓને સારો એવો મોટો ફાયદો થવાનો છે. ગુજરાતના મુખ્યમંત્રી હંમેશા ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈ પટેલ સાહેબ જોવે છે કે જ્યારે જ્યારે વેપારી એસોસિએશન માટેની કોઈ પણ વસ્તુ હોય ત્યારે એમ કહે છે કે તમે સ્થળ ઉપર જાઓ, સ્થળ ઉપર લોકોના પ્રશ્નો સાંભળો અને સ્થળ ઉપર નિકાલ થાય એ પ્રકારની વ્યવસ્થા કરો. ભૂતકાળમાં મને આજે પણ ખ્યાલ છે, ઘણા બધા મિત્રો અહીંયા આગળ બેઠા છે, એ બધાએ આવીને રજૂઆત કરીએ છે એમની કોમન ફેસિલિટી માટેની. રોડ રસ્તા હોય, ઈટીટી પ્લાન્ટ હોય, પર્યાવરણના પ્રશ્નો હોય, એવા પ્રશ્નોને કેવી રીતે ઉકેલી શકાય. તો તમે જોયું હશે કે 6 મહિનાની અંદર 1200 કરોડ રૂપિયાથી વધારે આદરણીય આપણા મુખ્યમંત્રીશ્રીએ આપણને હમણાં આપ્યા છે. અને આ બધી સ્થિતિમાં આ બધી ફેસિલિટીઓના કારણે અનેક સિસ્ટમમાં આપણે ઘણો મોટો વધારો આજે થયો છે. દહેજની અંદર હોય, ઝઘડિયામાં હોય, પારોલીમાં હોય, અનેક ક્ષેત્રે આ બધા કામ ચાલુ છે. અને આવનાર સમયની અંદર જે પ્રમાણે કહેવાનું ભાઈ સ્માર્ટ જીઆરડીસી બને, જીઆરડીસીની સાથે સાથે આપણી દરેક વસ્તુઓ સ્માર્ટ સાથે જોડી શકાય એના માટે કોમન ફેસિલિટી માટે પણ ગુજરાત સરકાર આજે વિચારી રહી છે. કોમન ફેસિલિટીની અંદર શું જોડી શકાય જેના કારણે આપણે એક વેપારી પદ્ધતિથી જોઈએ તો આપણી પડતર કોસ્ટ કેવી રીતે નીચે આવે એ બાબતનું પણ આપણે કરી રહ્યા છીએ. મને ઘણા બધા મિત્રો કહેતા હોય છે કે સાહેબ પર્યાવરણ બાબતની અંદર કોમન ફેસિલિટી થઈ જાય, ગોડાઉનો બાબતમાં થઈ જાય, બોઇલર બાબતમાં મોટા મોટા બોઇલર એક ઠેકાણે નખાય અને કોમન ફેસિલિટી થઈ જાય, એ બાબતે પણ ગુજરાતના મુખ્યમંત્રી આજે વિચારી રહ્યા છે. એ કોમન ફેસિલિટી પણ આપણે કેવી રીતે ડેવલપમેન્ટ કરી શકાય એ બાબતે આપણે જઈ રહ્યા છીએ. ત્યારે આપ સૌને મારે વિનંતી છે કે હમણાં જ રોકાણકારો ભાઈઓએ જે રોકાણકારો કર્યા હતા અને આજે પણ 67,000થી વધારે કરોડના ખરેખર ગુજરાત સરકાર ઉપર જે આવનાર સમયની અંદર કેમિકલમાં કેવી રીતે આગળ આવી શકાય અને નવી ફેક્ટરીઓમાં, ડેવલપમેન્ટમાં, એક્સપેન્શનમાં કેવી રીતે ઉમેરો કરી શકાય એ બાબતના અહીંયા આગળ થયા છે. હું એમને ખાતરી આપું છું કે ગુજરાત આવનાર સમયની અંદર આદરણીય મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી જે પ્રધાનમંત્રી સાહેબનું જે સપનું છે, એમ કહેવાય છે કે સાહેબનું સપનું એ છે કે 5 ટ્રિલિયન આપણી વ્યવસ્થા આખા દેશની અંદર આપણી થાય. આજે આપણે 5મા નંબરે છીએ. આવનાર સમયની અંદર આપણે 3જા નંબરે પહોંચીએ અને 2047 સુધીમાં આત્મનિર્ભર ભારત થાય, દરેક ક્ષેત્રે આપણે ભારતની અંદર ડેવલપમેન્ટ કરી શકાય એ બાબતે આપણે આગળ વધીએ એવી તમામ પ્રકારની પોલિસીઓ, તમામ પ્રકારનું નિર્માણ આજે ગુજરાત સરકાર અને કેન્દ્ર સરકાર કરી રહી છે. ત્યારે આપણે એમાં ઉત્સાહિતભેર આપણા નાના મોટા જે કોઈ પ્રશ્નો હોય, આપણે ઉકેલતા હોઈએ છીએ. આવનાર સમયમાં સહયોગી સાથે આપણે ચાલીએ એ વાત સાથે મારી વાત પૂરી કરું છું. ભારત માતા કી જય.
માનનીય મંત્રીશ્રી, આપના ઉત્સાહપૂર્ણ શબ્દો માટે આપનો પણ ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર માનીએ છીએ. Today on this occasion we have with us our Honorable Minister of Energy, Petrochemicals and Finance, Shri Kanubhai Desai. Please help me welcome Honorable Minister Sir for his special address.
સૌને નમસ્કાર. આજના યુગમાં જ્યારે આપણા દેશના યશસ્વી વડાપ્રધાન માનનીય મોદીજીએ સમગ્ર ભારતને 5મી ઇકોનોમી બનાવી છે અને 2027માં ત્રીજી વિશ્વની હાઈએસ્ટ ઇકોનોમી બનાવવા જઈ રહ્યા છે, ત્યારે ગુજરાતના જે વાઇબ્રન્ટ ગુજરાત સમિટ 2024 જાન્યુઆરીની 10 તારીખે યોજાવા જઈ રહ્યું છે, તેના અનુસંધાને પ્રી કેમિકલ અને પેટ્રોકેમિકલના આ સેમિનારમાં આપ સૌનું સ્વાગત કરું છું. સાથે સાથે આપણા ગુજરાતના ઉદ્યોગો અને ઉદ્યોગપતિઓએ જે રીતે 1962થી શરૂ થયેલી આ યાત્રા, પરંતુ 2000 કચ્છના ધરતીકંપ પછી મોદીજીએ જ્યારે ગુજરાતનું સુકાન સંભાળ્યું અને ગુજરાતના વિકાસ માટે જે અનેકવિધ યોજનાઓ રજૂ કરી, તેમાં વાઇબ્રન્ટ ગુજરાત ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ સમિટ કે વિશ્વના સૌથી વધુ ઉદ્યોગપતિઓને, ભારતના ઉદ્યોગપતિઓને ગુજરાતમાં આકર્ષીને એક વધુમાં વધુ રોજગારી ઉત્પન્ન થાય અને સાથે સાથે દેશના વિકાસમાં ગુજરાત મહત્તમ ફાળો આપી શકે. આજે ગુજરાત દેશના જીડીપીમાં લગભગ 8% જેટલો ફાળો સૌથી વધુ રીતે આપી રહ્યો છે, ત્યારે આના અનુસંધાને એટલું જ કહેવાનું છે કે આપણે ઘણી બધી ચેલેન્જો ફેસ કરી છે અને 2002 પછી જે રીતે ઉદ્યોગનો ગુજરાતમાં વધારો થયો છે, ગુજરાતના ઉદ્યોગોને જે રીતે સરકાર તરફથી સપોર્ટ મળી રહ્યો છે, એનું મુખ્ય કારણ એક જ છે કે ગુજરાત પોલિસી ડ્રીવન સ્ટેટ છે અને પોલિસી ડ્રીવન સ્ટેટની સાથે સાથે છેલ્લા 20 વર્ષથી મોદીજીના કાર્યકાળ દરમિયાન 2002થી 2014 અને 2014 પછી અત્યાર સુધી ગુજરાતમાં જે એક સ્ટેબલ ગવર્મેન્ટ રહી છે, જે કાયદો અને વ્યવસ્થાની જે પરિસ્થિતિ રહી છે, એના લીધે ગુજરાતમાં જે એક ઉદ્યોગોનું વાતાવરણ સર્જાયું છે અને એના લીધે ઘણા બધા ઉદ્યોગો ચાઇના કે બીજા દેશો છોડીને આપણા ગુજરાતમાં આવી રહ્યા છે અને એનો લેટેસ્ટ દાખલો સેમિકન્ડક્ટર પોલિસી જે આપણા આદરણીય મુખ્યમંત્રીશ્રીએ અત્યારે જ જાહેર કરી અને સાણંદ ખાતે એનો પ્લાન પણ સ્થાપવા જઈ રહ્યો છે. આવા અનેકવિધ આપણે કહીએ કે ઇઝ ઓફ ડુઈંગ બિઝનેસની ઘણી બધી પોલિસીઓ ગુજરાત સરકારે કરી છે, પરંતુ મોદી સાહેબના સમયથી શરૂ થયેલી આ ઉદ્યોગની વિકાસ યાત્રા જોઈએ તો સીઈટીપી બનાવવા, સિક્યોર્ડ લેન્ડફિલ સાઇટ બનાવવી, ઘણા બધા નિયમોને પાડીને આપણે ગુજરાત આગળ વધ્યું છે. ત્યારે હવે એક નવી ચેલેન્જ આપણી સામે આવી રહી છે, ત્યારે કે 250 CODથી તમે તમારું ઉત્પાદન કરો એ પૂરતું નથી. હવે ગ્રીન એનર્જી એક મહત્તમ જરૂરિયાત બની ગઈ છે અને એ જરૂરિયાતને પૂર્ણ કરવા મોદીજીએ 2030 સુધીમાં ભારત 500 ગીગાવોટ રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જી આપશે એવો ટાર્ગેટ કર્યો છે અને એમાં ગુજરાત 100 ગીગાવોટ રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જી આપવા જઈ રહ્યું છે અને એના માટેનું સંપૂર્ણ આયોજન જ્યારે થઈ રહ્યું છે, ત્યારે આપણા સૌ ઉદ્યોગપતિ ભાઈઓ પણ આજે પણ ગ્રીન હાઇડ્રોજનના ઘણા બધા MOU સહી થયા છે. આપણે સૌ મોદીજીની ઝીરો કાર્બનની જે 2070 સુધીની એક મર્યાદા છે, એનાથી પણ આપણું ગુજરાત 2047માં ઝીરો કાર્બન થવા જઈ રહ્યું છે. ત્યારે આપણે સૌ સાથે મળીને ભવિષ્યની પેઢી માટે પણ એક ઝીરો કાર્બન ઉત્સર્જનની સાથે આપણો વિકાસ કરીએ એવી શુભેચ્છા. ગુજરાતમાં ખાસ કરીને મનસુખભાઈએ PM ફાર્મા પાર્ક જે જંબુસરમાં આવ્યો છે, PM ટેક્સટાઇલ પાર્ક સુરત ખાતે આવ્યો છે, આવા અનેક આપણા ઉદ્યોગોના વિકાસ માટેના જે કામો થઈ રહ્યા છે એ માટે કેન્દ્ર સરકારનો પણ આપણે ખાસ આભાર માનીએ. અને મનસુખભાઈની આગેવાની હેઠળ જે દીપકભાઈએ જે પ્રશ્ન રજૂ કર્યો કે આપણું આત્મનિર્ભર થવા જઈ રહ્યા છે, આપણે આત્મનિર્ભર બન્યા છે, પરંતુ બીજા દેશો જે આપણા આત્મનિર્ભરતાને અસર કરતા જે પ્રોડક્ટો ઠાલવે છે, એના માટે પણ ચોક્કસ રીતે કેન્દ્ર સરકાર યોગ્ય નિર્ણય લેશે એવી મને ચોક્કસ ખાતરી છે. આભાર. ભારત માતા કી જય.
माननीय मंत्री श्री, आपना विशेष संबोधन माटे आपनो पण अमे आभार मानीए छिए. जिनके मार्गदर्शन एवं सचोट निर्देशन में सदैव देश के अन्य राज्यों के साथ साथ गुजरात केमिकल एवं पेट्रोकेमिकल सेक्टर को प्रगति पथ पर सदैव अग्रसर है, ऐसे माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री श्री मनसुख भाई मांडविया जी, रसायन एवं पेट्रो रसायन मंत्रालय और स्वास्थ्य और परिवार कल्याण मंत्रालय को आइए तालियों के साथ उनके उद्बोधन के लिए हम अभिवादन करते हैं, स्वागत करते हैं उनका।
प्री-समिट सेमिनार केमिकल्स फ्यूचर के आज के कार्यक्रम में हमारे बीच में उपस्थित राज्य के डायनेमिक चीफ मिनिस्टर आदरणीय भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल जी, राज्य के फाइनेंस और एनर्जी मिनिस्टर आदरणीय कन्हू भाई जी, राज्य के इंडस्ट्रीज मिनिस्टर आदरणीय बलवंत सिंह जी, आदरणीय मनसुख भाई वसावा जी, राजकुमार जी, पंकज जोशी जी, मुकेश पुरी जी, सभी विधायकगण, उपस्थित इन्वेस्टर भाइयों बहनों, दोस्तों, हम सब जानते हैं देश बदल रहा है, देश आगे बढ़ रहा है और नया भारत का निर्माण हो रहा है। केमिकल्स, पेट्रोकेमिकल्स, फार्मास्यूटिकल्स, इट्स नॉट ओनली फॉर टुडे रिलेवेंट बट इट्स ऑल टाइम रिलेवेंट। ये आज के लिए हम उसके पर विचार करें या तो कोई राइजिंग सेक्टर हो, ऐसा विषय नहीं है। ये बहुत पुराना विषय है, हमारे जीवन के साथ जुड़ा हुआ विषय है। आप अपने स्वयं को देखो, आप अपनी दिनचर्या का पार्ट के रूप में केमिकल्स, पेट्रोकेमिकल्स को देखो। अरे मैं केवल इतना ही कहूँगा, आप सब लोगों ने कार्ड लगाया है, आपका आइडेंटिटी कार्ड, देखो ये केमिकल्स और पेट्रोकेमिकल्स है। सुबह में आप उठते हैं तब से शाम तक ये हमारा जीवन का एक हिस्सा है, नॉट ओनली टुडे बट पास्ट टाइम ऑल्सो। आप अजंता इलोरा की केव्स देखो, देश का साइंस को उस वक्त केमिकल्स और पेट्रोकेमिकल्स में हमारा साइंस कितना था। आज आप जाके देखो, मैं 2 साल पहले गया था, 2000 पुरानी केव्स है ऐसा कहते हैं, लेकिन आज भी ऐसा वहाँ जो पेंटिंग है वो अभी आपने लगेगा कि कल बनाया है क्या। ये साइंस ये देश में था केमिकल्स और पेट्रोकेमिकल्स के लिए। दोस्तों, समय समय पर उसकी डिफिनेशन बदलती रहती है, लेकिन ये जीवन का पार्ट और हिस्सा परमानेंट था। और इसलिए देश केमिकल सेक्टर में, पेट्रोकेमिकल सेक्टर में आगे बढ़े, ग्रीन एनर्जी में आगे बढ़े, ग्रीन केमिकल्स में आगे बढ़े। ग्रीन पेट्रोकेमिकल्स तो हो नहीं सकता, लेकिन उसके लिए प्रयास हो। और इंडस्ट्रीज के लिए गुजरात एक ऐसा डेस्टिनेशन है दोस्तों, ऑल टाइप ऑफ इकोसिस्टम इज हियर। प्रोएक्टिव गवर्नमेंट है, टेबल गवर्नमेंट है, टेबल पॉलिसी है, यहाँ का कल्चर इंडस्ट्रीज है। और जिस धरती पर हम बैठे हैं, भरूच, सदियों से ये इंडस्ट्रीज का सेंटर रहा है। सदियों पहले मध्यकालीन युग में यही भरूच से दुनिया के साथ ट्रेड चलता था। हम इस राज्य में रहते हैं जिस राज्य को 1600 किलोमीटर का कोस्टल लाइन मिली हो, और दुनिया के साथ ट्रेड करना, दुनिया को अपना करना, हम दुनिया में समाविष्ट हो जाना। हम दुनिया में कहाँ भी जाते हैं वहाँ गुजराती होते हैं, वहाँ भारतीय होते हैं, लेकिन एक कंट्री वहाँ गौरव लेती है कि हमारे यहाँ गुजराती है। हमने वहाँ ऐसा लेवल किया है, हमने हमारा कल्चर से सीखा है। हम दुनिया में कहाँ भी जाए, दोस्तों मैं एक बार ओमान गया था, तो मुझे घुमाने के लिए ले गया, तो वहाँ सलाया मार्केट था जो हमारा पोर्ट है। अहमदाबाद में भी मस्कती मार्केट है। मस्कत से इनलैंड वाटरवेज टू साबरमती रिवर टू गल्फ ऑफ कैम्बे टू वर्ल्ड एंड ईस्ट कोस्ट ऑफ अफ्रीका हमारा ट्रेड चलता था। दोस्तों, हम इंडस्ट्रीज के साथ जुड़े हुए स्टेट है, इसलिए हमारे यहाँ की जो इकोसिस्टम है उसको इकोसिस्टम का लाभ लेके हम गुजरात में इन्वेस्टमेंट क्यों न करें? और इसके इसलिए अवर गवर्नमेंट इज प्रो पुअर्स, प्रो फार्मर्स, बट इंडस्ट्रीज फ्रेंडली गवर्नमेंट। हम जानते हैं कोई भी राज्य को आगे बढ़ना है तो ये राज्य में महाजनों को आज राज्याश्रय मिलना चाहिए, ऐसा 2000 साल पहले चाणक्य बोल के गया है। दोस्तों, इस कल्चर के हम वहां के संस्कार से हम संस्कारित हैं, और इसलिए देश के प्रधानमंत्री रेड फोर्ट से बोलते हैं कि वेल्थ क्रिएटर का सम्मान करो। वेल्थ क्रिएटर के बिना देश आगे नहीं बढ़ सकता है। माई सेल्फ इज बेस्ट पॉलिटिशियन कैन बी, मैं एक अच्छा पॉलिटिशियन हो सकता हूं, लेकिन उसका मतलब यह नहीं है कि मैं एक अच्छा इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट भी हो सकता हूं। चाणक्य ने इसलिए कहा कि कोई राज्य को समृद्ध होना है तो राज्य में रहने वाले महाजनों को यानी कि धंधा और रोजगार को प्रोत्साहित करो। अगली पंक्ति में उन्होंने लिखा कि जब हम महाजनों को प्रोत्साहित करते हैं, उसको मदद करते हैं, तो दो फायदा होता है। एक, संपत्ति का सृजन होता है, दूसरा रोजगार का निर्माण होता है। जब संपत्ति का सृजन होगा तो सरकार की तिजोरी में कोष आएगा, टैक्स आएगा, तब जाके राज्य किसान और गरीब का कल्याण करेगा। दोस्तों, 2000 साल पहले भी गरीब से टैक्स नहीं लिया जाता था। 2000 साल पहले भी किसान का ख्याल रखा जाता था। ये ही सिस्टम के आधार पर, यही सोच के आधार पर मोदी जी ने गुजरात बनाया, और मोदी जी देश को बनाने के लिए आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। और इसलिए देश को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हमारे बलवंत सिंह जी ने कहा, और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी मेरे बगल में बैठे हुए मुझे बता रहे थे कि 5 बजे का टाइम है, और मैं दोस्तों दुनिया के 53 कंट्री में गया। मैं दुनिया की कई कंट्री में कई समिट को एड्रेस किया है, कोविड को मैनेज किया है। मैं भली भांति जानता हूँ, डेवलप्ड कंट्री के साथ बहुत मेरी बात होती रहती है। दोस्तों, ग्लोबल साउथ कंट्री जो विकास में थोड़ा पीछे है, उसके साथ बातचीत होती रहती है। मुझे सही दिखता है जो भूपेंद्र भाई ने कहा, यूरोप में शाम का 5 है और इंडिया में सुबह का 5 है। 5 बजा है, लेकिन वहां शाम का 5 है, वहां सूर्य ढलना है, यहां सूर्य को राइज होना है, यहाँ की संपत्ति का क्रिएशन होना यहां दिखाई दे रहा है। दोस्तों, दूसरा, दुनिया में इंडिया एक बड़ा मार्केट के रूप में 1.4 बिलियन पॉपुलेशन, यहां ब्रेन पावर और मैन पावर की कभी कमी नहीं थी। ये सामर्थ्यवान कंट्री है दोस्तों, सक्षम कंट्री है, देश में बहुत कुछ है। सवाल केवल इतना ही है कि ये स्थिति को संवारना, ये देश की शक्ति को आउटपुट के रूप में ले आना, और इसलिए आवर गवर्नमेंट इज इंडस्ट्रीज फ्रेंडली गवर्नमेंट। आपकी इंडस्ट्रीज के लिए हम कोई टेबल पर बैठ के डिसीजन करने वाले लोग नहीं हैं। दीपक भाई, जय भाई, सब लोग बैठे हुए हैं, बार बार मेरे साथ मीटिंग होती रहती है। दोस्तों, दुनिया आज कहती है सामने से, आज से 10 साल पहले हम दुनिया को कहते थे, 15 साल पहले हम कहते थे फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट करना है। दुनिया कहती थी देखेंगे, आज दुनिया कहती है जल्दी फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट हमारे साथ करो। और जब दुनिया के साथ फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट का डील चल रहा है, तब हम इंडस्ट्रीज के साथ कंसल्टेशन करते हैं, उसकी राय लेते हैं। क्योंकि मैं जब टेबल पर एज ए मिनिस्टर चेयर पर बैठा हूं, मेरे ऑफिसर्स ऑफिस में बैठे बैठे उसका आकलन करें, ऐसा नहीं। हम इंडस्ट्रीज के साथ संवाद करते हैं और कहते हैं कि क्या लगता है उसका फ्यूचर, क्या भविष्य में हम आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर आगे बढ़ सकते हैं, क्या हमारी आत्मनिर्भरता में कोई रुकावट आ सकते हैं, क्या ये फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट से दुनिया हमारे यहाँ आके डंप तो नहीं कर देगी। दोस्तों, ये पेनिसिलिन का हमारा प्लांट बंद करना पड़े, मैं भी प्राइमरी स्कूल में पढ़ता था, पिंपरी में पेनिसिलिन का प्लांट है, ऐसा क्वेश्चंस पूछा जाता था। ये प्लांट का मैं मिनिस्टर हूँ, ये प्लांट बंद की कागार में है, हम भविष्य में ऐसे कोई प्लांट बंद नहीं होने देंगे। ये हमारा दायित्व है दोस्तों। जब पॉलिसी करते हैं, डिसीजन करते हैं, अभी कल ही परसों ही मुझे एग्रोकेमिकल्स का एक एसोसिएशन मिला था और उन्होंने कहा कि XY कंट्री ने ये स्पेशलिटी केमिकल्स की प्राइस इतनी डाउन कर दी और मेरा प्लांट बंद हो गया। मैंने कहा कि अब चिंता मत करो, एक कागज़ लिख के दे दो, मैं उसके लिए डिसीजन कर लूँगा। मैं और कॉमर्स मिनिस्ट्री ने बात कर लिया, उसका कागज़ आ गया, आज कागज़ फॉरवर्ड हो गया है मिनिमम इंपोर्ट प्राइस फिक्स करने के लिए। ऐसा नहीं होगा। इंडस्ट्रीज को मदद करना, इंडस्ट्रीज के साथ रहना, इंडस्ट्रीज को गुड गवर्नेंस देना, दोस्तों सरकार की जिम्मेवारी। हम केवल भाषण करने वाले लोग नहीं हैं जी। और इसलिए मैं आपको आह्वान करता हूं, ये गुजरात का बेस्ट कल्चर, गुजरात की प्रोएक्टिव गवर्नमेंट, दोस्तों गुजरात का इकोसिस्टम को देख के 67,000 के लिए आपका MOU ये डिस्ट्रिक्ट के लिए हुआ है। दोस्तों आगे आइए, ये 5 लाख तक जाने चाहिए, 5 लाख तक जाने चाहिए। हम आपके साथ हैं, हम इंडस्ट्रीज़ के खिलाफ नहीं हैं, हम कागजी कमियां ढूंढने वाले लोग नहीं हैं, हम वास्तविकता के आधार पर डिसीजन करने वाले लोग हैं। और इसलिए मैं भूपेंद्र भाई को अभिनंदन देता हूँ, जिस तरह से उन्होंने प्लानिंग किया। आज यहाँ कार्यक्रम है, मुझे ऐसा पता नहीं था, तो कल भावनगर में भी ऐसा ही 2-3 दिन का कार्यक्रम रखा है, बहुत बड़ा एग्जीबिशन लगा रखा है। सभी डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पर वाइब्रेंट समिट प्री इवेंट के लिए सेमिनार हो रहा है, प्री इवेंट के रूप में सेमिनार हो रहा है, बहुत बड़ी बात है। उससे इंडस्ट्रीज़ को सरकार की पॉलिसी के बारे में इंफॉर्मेशन मिलती है, उसका अनुभव कथन होता है, तो हमारे जैसे लोगों को भी प्रेरणा मिलती है। सब लोग साथ में मिलके नया भारत बनाने के लिए गुजरात को आगे बढ़ाए, यही अपेक्षा है। धन्यवाद।
माननीय मंत्री महोदय, आपके प्रोत्साहनपूर्ण उद्बोधन एवं आपकी प्रेरक उपस्थिति के लिए हम भी आपके आभारी हैं। ગુજરાતના વિકાસ પથ પર હર હંમેશ આધુનિક અને નવીનતમ દ્રષ્ટિકોણ રાખવો જેઓનો દ્રઢ અભિગમ છે અને જેઓ નવા વિચારો, નવા આયામોને બિરદાવે છે તેનું અમલીકરણ કરે છે તેવા આપણા ગુજરાત રાજ્યના મૃદુ અને મક્કમ માનનીય મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈ પટેલને આવો તેમના ઉદ્બોધન માટે આમંત્રિત કરીએ।
ભરૂચ ખાતે 10મી વાઇબ્રન્ટ ગુજરાત ગ્લોબલ સમિટ 2024 અંતર્ગત આયોજિત કેમિકલ્સ એન્ડ પેટ્રોકેમિકલ્સ પરની પ્રી વાઇબ્રન્ટ સમિટમાં આપણી સૌની સાથે મંચ ઉપર ઉપસ્થિત કેન્દ્રીય મંત્રી ડૉક્ટર મનસુખભાઈ માંડવિયાજી, મારા સાથી મંત્રી શ્રી કનુભાઈ દેસાઈ, શ્રી બલવંતસિંહ રાજપૂત, સાંસદ શ્રી मनसुखभाई वसावा, मारा साथी सौ धारासभ्य श्री रमेश भाई मिस्त्री, श्री अरुण सिंह राणा, श्री ईश्वर भाई पटेल, श्री DK स्वामी, श्री रितेश भाई वसावा, हमारा जिला प्रमुख श्री मारुति सिंह एडोदरिया, हमारा गुजरात राज्य मुख्य सचिव श्री राजकुमार जी, अधिक मुख्य सचिव श्री पंकज जोशी, श्री मुकेश पुरी, अनुपम रासायन मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर श्री आनंद भाई देसाई, अग्र सचिव श्रीमती ममता वर्मा जी, कलेक्टर श्री DDOC, उपस्थित अधिकारीगण, उद्योग क्षेत्रना सौ आमंत्रित महानुभाव, प्रेस मीडियाना मित्रों, सौने मारा नमस्कार। हम तो जे मनसुखभाई कीधु कि सवारना 5 ने सांजना 5 એટલે મારી એટલી કેપેસિટી નથી, પણ હું દાદા ભગવાનમાં જઉં છું, તો દાદા ભગવાનનું લગભગ વર્ષ મને યાદ નથી રહ્યું, પણ હું વાંચતો હતો તો દાદા ભગવાનનું 1950 કે 60માં એમનું એક ચોપડીમાં એમના લખેલું છે કે હું જોઈ રહ્યો છું કે ફોરેન કન્ટ્રીઝમાં સાંજે 5 વાગ્યા છે અને ભારતમાં સવારે 5 વાગ્યા છે. એટલે એ વખતથી અને અત્યારે આપણને માન્ય નરેન્દ્રભાઈના નેતૃત્વમાં લાગી રહ્યું છે કે હવે ખરેખર આપણે કચકચાઈને આગળ વધી રહ્યા છે. અને એક તો આપણે તો વડાપ્રધાન શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદીનું જે કહેવું તે કરવું એટલા માટે અત્યારે તો કહી રહ્યો છું કે મારા ધારાસભ્યોને બધાની રજૂઆત હતી કે ભરૂચ આવી રહ્યો છું તો ઝઘડિયા જીઆઈડીસીની રજૂઆતના આધારે જીઆઈડીસીને જોડતા રોડ વાઇડનિંગ અને સુધારણા માટેના 4 કામો અને 4 કામોના 59 કરોડ રૂપિયા ગઈકાલે મંજૂર કરી દીધા છે. આપણા વિશ્વના સર્વાધિક લોકપ્રિય નેતા અને યશસ્વી વડાપ્રધાન શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદીએ વિકાસની રાજનીતિથી ગુજરાત અને દેશની કાયાપલટ કરી છે. આજે વિશ્વના દેશોની નજર ભારત તરફ છે, કેમ કે આદરણીય પ્રધાનમંત્રીશ્રીના નેતૃત્વમાં ભારતમાં એગ્રીકલ્ચર, સર્વિસ સેક્ટર અને ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચર દરેક સેક્ટરનો ગ્રોથ નવી ઊંચાઈઓ પાર કરી રહ્યો છે. ગુજરાતની ડબલ એન્જિન સરકારને વડાપ્રધાનશ્રીના વિઝનરી નેતૃત્વનો લાભ પાછલા 2 દાયકાથી મળે છે. આદરણીય શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ ગુજરાતના મુખ્યમંત્રી તરીકેના તેમના કાર્યકાળમાં એક નેમ રાખી હતી કે વિશ્વમાં જે બેસ્ટ હોય તે ગુજરાતમાં હોય. તેમણે ઉદ્યોગ, વેપાર, ઉત્પાદન અને રોકાણના ક્ષેત્રે ગુજરાતને ગ્લોબલ પ્લેટફોર્મ આપવા 2003માં વાઇબ્રન્ટ સમિટનું વિચાર બીજ રોપેલું. વાઇબ્રન્ટ સમિટ 2003ની શરૂ થયેલી પરંપરા વડાપ્રધાનશ્રીના દિશાદર્શનમાં 2 દાયકાની સફળતા પાર કરીને 2024માં ગેટવે ટુ ધ ફ્યુચરની થીમ સાથે આપણે વાઇબ્રન્ટ સમિટ યોજી રહ્યા છીએ. શેપિંગ ટુમોરોઝ કેમિકલ્સ એન્ડ પેટ્રોકેમિકલ્સ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝની આ પ્રી વાઇબ્રન્ટ ઇવેન્ટ ગેટવે ટુ ધ ફ્યુચરની થીમ સાથે રાઇટ જોબ એટ રાઇટ ટાઈમ છે એમ હું સમજું છું. એક કમિટમેન્ટમાં આગળ વધતા કેમિકલ કેપિટલ ઓફ ઇન્ડિયા તરીકે પ્રખ્યાત ભરૂચમાં પ્રી વાઇબ્રન્ટ સમિટનું આયોજન કર્યું છે. ભારત આજે વર્લ્ડની 5મી મોટી ઇકોનોમી છે. તેના આ અમૃતકાળમાં 3જી મોટી ઇકોનોમી બનવા માટે વડાપ્રધાનશ્રી હમણાં સુરતમાં જ કીધું હતું કે અમે 3જી વખત બેસીશું અને 3જી ઇકોનોમી પર ભારત દેશને લઈ જઈશું. ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચર ડેવલપમેન્ટ અને ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીયલ ડેવલપમેન્ટ વડાપ્રધાનશ્રીના સંકલ્પને પાર પાડવામાં મહત્ત્વપૂર્ણ ઇન્સ્ટ્રુમેન્ટ છે. કેમિકલ એન્ડ પેટ્રોકેમિકલ સેક્ટર સસ્ટેનેબલ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝ ગ્રોથને આગળ ધપાવનારા સેક્ટર્સમાંનું એક પરિબળ છે. વિશ્વના પેટ્રોકેમિકલ સેક્ટર માર્કેટમાં ભારત 15.58 લાખ કરોડના શેર સાથે 6ઠ્ઠા ક્રમે છે, જે આપણે 2040 સુધીમાં તેને 82 લાખ કરોડ સુધી લઈ જવા વડાપ્રધાનશ્રીના દિશાદર્શનમાં આગળ વધવું છે. કેમિકલ્સ અને પેટ્રોકેમિકલ્સ ક્ષેત્રના ગુજરાતના પરંપરાગત રીતે મજબૂત ક્ષેત્રો પૈકીનું એક છે અને ગુજરાતના અર્થતંત્રના ઝડપી વિકાસમાં તેની મુખ્ય ભૂમિકા છે. ભારતના ડાઇઝ અને ઇન્ટરમીડિયેટ્સના ઉત્પાદનમાં લગભગ 75% યોગદાન આપે છે. ગુજરાત સ્ટેટ ફર્ટિલાઇઝર્સ એન્ડ કેમિકલ્સ લિમિટેડ GSFC અને ગુજરાત નર્મદા વેલી ફર્ટિલાઇઝર્સ એન્ડ કેમિકલ્સ લિમિટેડ GNFCની પ્રેઝન્સથી આ સેક્ટર્સમાં બેન્ચમાર્ક સેટ થયા છે. આવી મોટી સંસ્થાઓ સિવાય રાજ્યના સ્ટ્રેટેજિક લોકેશન પર વેપાર અને રોકાણો તેમજ મજબૂત ઔદ્યોગિક અને લોજિસ્ટિક ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચરે ગુજરાતને ભારતનું પેટ્રો કેપિટલ બનાવવામાં ફાળો આપ્યો છે. દેશની કુલ નિકાસમાં ગુજરાતનો 33% હિસ્સો છે, જેમાંથી માત્ર રસાયણ અને પેટ્રોકેમિકલ્સનો ફાળો લગભગ 60% છે. ડેરિવેટિવ્સ, પ્લાસ્ટિક અને પોલી મેન્યુફેક્ચરિંગ, ડાઇઝ એન્ડ પિગમેન્ટ્સ ક્લસ્ટર્સ અને ડાઉનસ્ટ્રીમ કંપનીઓ ગુજરાતમાં છે. તેના કારણે ઉપલબ્ધ બજારોનો લાભ આ ક્ષેત્રને સારી રીતે મળી શકે છે અને આ સમગ્ર વેલ્યુએશનથી ગુજરાત પેટ્રોકેમિકલ્સ એન્ડ કેમિકલ્સ સેક્ટરનું હબ બનવા સજ્જ છે. એ દિશામાં આજે 67,000 કરોડથી વધુ રકમના MOU પણ આપણે કર્યા છે. ગુજરાતે ઉદ્યોગના વિકાસ માટે વર્લ્ડ ક્લાસ ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચર પૂરું પાડ્યું છે. ઉદ્યોગના વિકાસ માટે વર્લ્ડ ક્લાસ ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચરની ગુજરાતની સિરમોર સિદ્ધિ દહેજનો પેટ્રોલિયમ કેમિકલ્સ એન્ડ પેટ્રોકેમિકલ્સ રિજિયન PCPIR છે. આદરણીય વડાપ્રધાનશ્રી એવા આગામી શોધ ધરાવતા દ્રષ્ટિમંત નેતા છે કે તેમણે તત્કાલીન કેન્દ્ર સરકાર પેટ્રોલિયમ એન્ડ કેમિકલ્સને ઇન્સેન્ટિવ્સ આપવાની પોલિસી જાહેર કરે તે પહેલાં જ આગોતરું વિચારીને દહેજને PCPIR તરીકે ડેવલપ કરવાનું વિઝન વિકસાવેલું, જેને પરિણામે આજે કેમિકલ અને ફર્ટિલાઇઝર્સ મંત્રાલયે સમગ્ર દેશમાં જાહેર કરેલા કુલ 4 PCPIR પૈકી દહેજ એકમાત્ર ઓપરેશનલ PCPIR છે. કેમિકલ ઉદ્યોગને પરિણામે એન્વાયરમેન્ટને અસર ન પડે તેનું પણ ધ્યાન ડબલ એન્જિન સરકારે રાખ્યું છે. ડીપ સી પાઇપલાઇન દ્વારા પ્રદૂષિત પાણી દરિયામાં દૂર સુધી છોડવાની વ્યવસ્થા દહેજમાં વિકસાવી છે. આગામી સમયમાં ફ્લોટિંગ સ્ટોરેજ રીગેસિફિકેશન યુનિટ સહિતના 3 LNG રીગેસિફિકેશન ટર્મિનલ પણ શરૂ થવાના છે. વડાપ્રધાનશ્રીના માર્ગદર્શનમાં કેમિકલ એન્ડ પેટ્રોકેમિકલ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝના ઉજ્જવળ ભવિષ્ય માટે આપણે સર્ક્યુલર ઇકોનોમી અને સસ્ટેનેબિલિટી પર ફોકસ કરવાની જરૂર છે. હવે આવનારો સમય સસ્ટેનેબિલિટી માટેની ત્વરિતતા, ઇકોનોમી ડિકાર્બનાઇઝ કરવા માટેના ઇનોવેશન્સ અને નવા અંતિમ વપરાશકારોના સેગમેન્ટની વૃદ્ધિનો સમય હશે. આજે યોજાઈ રહેલી PreVGSummit આપ સૌના સહયોગ, વિચાર મંથન અને ચિંતનથી આ ઉદ્દેશો સાકાર કરશે એવો મને વિશ્વાસ છે. મોદીએ દેશની આઝાદીની શતાબ્દીને 2047 સુધીમાં વિકસિત ભારતનો સંકલ્પ આપ્યો છે. આજની આ ઇવેન્ટ કેમિકલ અને પેટ્રોકેમિકલ સેક્ટરને વિકસિત ભારતમાં યોગદાન માટે ફ્યુચર રેડી બનાવશે એવા વિશ્વાસ સાથે વિરમું છું. ભારત માતા કી જય. વંદે માતરમ. જય જય ગરવી ગુજરાત.
માનનીય મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી, આપના પ્રેરણાસભર શબ્દો અને માનક ઉપસ્થિતિ માટે અમે પણ આપનો ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર માનીએ છીએ. I would now like to invite Shri Anand Desai, immediate past chairman, CII, Gujarat State, and MD, Anupam Rasayan Limited, to kindly extend the vote of thanks.
Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Sri Bhupendra Patel Sahib, Honorable Indian Minister of Health and Family Welfare and Chemicals and Fertilizers, Sri Dr. Mansukh Mandaviya ji, Honorable Minister of Energy and Petrochemicals and Finance, Gujarat Government, Sri Kanubhai Desai Sahib, Honorable Minister of Industries, Gujarat Government, Sri Balwant Rajput Sahib, respected Mansukh Bhai Wasawa Sahib, MP, Dagadia, Sri Rajkumar IAS Chief Secretary Sahib, Sri Pankaj Joshi Sahib, Srimati Mamta Verma Ma'am, Sri Mukesh Puri Sahib, and Sri Barad Sahib, IAS Chairman GBCB, Raju Bhai Shroff Sahib, Deepak Mehta Sahib, Jai Bhai, Janti Bhai Patel Sahib. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to propose a vote of thanks in the pre-vibrant seminar on chemicals and petrochemicals. On behalf of CII and on my behalf, I would like to thank Sri Bhupendra Bhai Patel Sahib for his extremely inspiring address. Sir, your vision for Gujarat is truly exemplary and will continue to guide and inspire industry to work harder towards attaining its true potential and contribute effectively to state and ultimately the Indian economy. I also take this opportunity to thank Sri Mansukh Mandaviya Sahib, whose unwavering dedication and leadership have been instrumental in shaping policies that propel the chemical industry forward. Sir, your vision and efforts have laid the foundation for the thriving environment we see today. I extend my sincere gratitude to Sri Kanubhai Desai ji and Sri Balwant Rajput Sahib on sharing their thoughts on the way forward for the chemical industry in Gujarat and especially in supporting the solar industry new hybrid policy which they have just recently introduced along with Ms. Burma. India proudly stands as the 6th largest chemical producer globally and holds the third position in Asia, contributing a substantial 7% to our nation's GDP. This industry serves as a cornerstone for various sectors, including textiles, pharmaceutical, agrochemicals, which showcase its integral role in our economic fabric. The government's forward-thinking initiatives, such as chemical development schemes and the establishment of plastic parks, are pivotal in fueling investment opportunities. Notably, the chemical industry's openness to foreign investment, allowing 100% FDI through the automatic route, underscores our commitment to global collaboration. As we navigate the future, the prospect of a production-linked incentive scheme for the chemical and petrochemical industry signals a strategic move of the Government of India. This scheme not only aims to boost domestic manufacturing, but also positions our nation as a competitive force in the global market, driving exports and enhancing our standing on the international stage. In conclusion, let us harness the energy and insights gained today to propel our chemical industry to new heights. Together, we can contribute to the realization of a vibrant and globally competitive sector that not only sustains our economy, but also elevates India's stature in the world. Thank you for your active engagement, and I look forward to our continued collaboration with CII. I also urge all of you present today to also ensure your participation in the vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024, scheduled from 10 to 12th of January, and be a part of the India growth story by investing in Gujarat. I am confident that the upcoming vibrant Gujarat Global Summit will help unlock many promising opportunities and pave the way for the next level of growth for the state. I wish the state government a grand success for the summit. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your warm thank you note, and request everyone to kindly step forward for a group photograph. All the esteemed dignitaries on the stage, kindly, sir, ek photograph. Madam, we request the media to kindly take up the media bites outside the room because we have the next session. Thank you so much. Can we extend a round of applause for the hard work of the entrepreneurs and for the government of Gujarat? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Shukla, Chairman and MD, Engineers India Limited, and Shri Jai Shroff, Chairman and Group CEO, UPL Limited. We request you to kindly step on the dais so that we can commence with the session. Once again, we request you to put your mobile phones on the silent mode or vibrating mode. We now request our moderator, sir, Shri Mukesh Puri ji, IAS MD, GSFC, to take over the session further. Thank you.
A very good afternoon. After the rather energetic session, everybody is taking time and trickling in, and now I think we are pretty much more or less settled. And since time is at a premium, I guess we should be starting now. First of all, my compliments to the organizers for arranging it in Bharuch, the chemical hub of Gujarat, and in some ways of India. In many of the products, obviously, Bharuch Ankleshwar have a very leading presence. We have today scheduled 3 plenary sessions, the first of which that we are starting today. The focus is on global collaborations and trade opportunities in India. Of course, during the morning inaugural session, we were honored to hear the leading lights, the Honorable Chief Minister, the Honorable Union Minister, leading industrialist, in fact one of the fellow co-panelists, Mr. Shroff, also addressed all of us, and we are wiser by the wisdom that they have shared. Now coming to the topic for this particular session, on the global collaboration, there was some discussion today and numbers were shared about the kind of and the trade opportunities. If I briefly refer to the trade part of it first, numbers were shared in terms of the exports that the chemical and petrochemical sector is doing, and the import numbers, and the fact that there is a huge trade deficit. In fact, the imports are close to just about 50% are, exports are just about 50% of the imports. And that too, in an area where we have a large presence. We are the 6th largest in terms of production, 3rd or 4th in Asia. But when it comes to exports, our presence is minuscule, just about 14th rank in the world, which is way beyond our production capacity. So clearly there are issues there. And all of us in this room are aware about the possible reasons for the same. The eminent panelists would be addressing some of those issues. The obvious ones are the problems in EODB, things like availability of land, the compliance load, the regulatory mechanism, and the time it takes to take various clearances. Major initiatives have been taken, especially in the last 8 to 10 years, because of which today we are at a stage where our EODP ranking has improved significantly. But is that enough, and what more needs to be done? We have the giants from the industry, so they shall be sharing some of those points with us. The other subtopic for this session is, of course, on the global collaborations. And again, there are a large number of challenges there. Challenges in terms of reluctance of the global leaders to share the latest technology. Even when Indian companies are willing to pay, sometimes the kind of response which we would expect in normal course is not forthcoming. Therefore, many of the products continue not to ever be produced in the country, and we are still struggling. It takes a long time. The cost, enormous as it is, even when there is a paying capacity, we still struggle. Related to that is the challenge when we are talking about the technical capacity is what we are doing in R&D. India has taken the lead position in number of sectors. Notable ones like space and IT are very well known. What's been wrong with our ecosystem? That one, we are not able to retain the talent that the country is producing in chemical sector. After all, we produce about 14,000 plus engineers from some of the top institutions in the country. But when it translates to getting them on the shop floor or even in the managerial positions, the percentage falls drastically and dramatically. Of course, people will make a choice. If they can get better jobs in managerial jobs or management, or they can branch out to other things, they will do that. But that doesn't seem to have happened in IT and many other sunrise sectors. Somehow we are struggling there. So there is also a need to introspect. Related to that is the issue of R&D. Of course, we have done great in some parts of the entire values chain, especially in the specialty chemicals. But still the matter of fact is the number of innovations or the major new products introduced by Indian companies can be counted on hand. There are not too many. So what's been wrong with that? So that's another issue which some of my co-panelists would be addressing. A couple of things I wanted to kind of flag at this stage. One is, of course, that there is often this issue of sustainability, and we have a full session devoted to that. But when we are discussing that, as major stakeholders, as people who are running these industries, we also have to factor in that sustainability is no more a choice. There is a regulatory load, and definitely there is a compliance cost. But at the same time, the Government of India, as personified by commitments made by the Honorable Prime Minister, no less, has already committed that India shall be achieving the net zero target in 2070. I know that's a long way off. But there are other targets which have been set out for the industry, one of the 5 Panchamrit targets which were kind of announced in 2021 in the COP 21 was that by 2030 the emission load would be reduced by 2030. So that the industry has to do, and Gujarat is always in a leading position, so we'll have to do more of that. Second, whether we like it or not, the European Union and rest of the developed world has gone ahead and started with the concept of carbon tax. In fact, as we sit here and discuss this issue, the transition period has begun. And from 26, European Union is going to impose. Of course, India is vehemently opposing it. We are fighting it out in WTO. But the matter of fact is that the carbon tax shall be imposed from 2026 in European Union and from 2027 in UK. So if we wish to reach out to those markets, and we are talking about trade, we will have to in some ways fall in line. Otherwise, there is every possibility we lose out on a very big opportunity. So that's another area we need to address. One small anecdotal example I'd like to share, since I've also been part of the industry. I feel privileged that I've been on both sides, on the government side as also on the part of the industry. As a regulator, I've been chairman GPCB, so I've seen both sides. And that is, I had this company called GSFC. Most of us are aware of its presence. It's located nearby in Baroda. And we produce a number of chemicals and the products, one of which is nylon 6. We are the only producer in the country. And till recently, we were not confident. We maybe cater to 20% of the market, 80% is imported. It has wide varied applications, one of which is in the automobile sector. It can be used for the dashboard, for mirror casing, and a whole lot of other parts. So recently we had expanded capacity, and in any case, we thought we'll seek out the market and see what happens. 1 year of effort in the automobile sector, and today the scenario is, we just wanted to sell our product to some of the car manufacturers within India, largely located in Pune. There are 2-3 clusters, Gujarat, Sanand, and NCR. And lo and behold, our sample was not only introduced, approved by one of the OEMs, Mahle, which is a supplier to all the German companies in India, car makers in India, but in fact, they took out our product to Germany, they found it good enough, and now they want to introduce it to the global market. So my point is, probably some of us, of course, we have veterans from the industry like Mr. Shroff, who have, as he was saying, we have more offices than maybe Indian embassies in the world. But then for most of the others, probably either we are too happy to cater to the Indian market, which has been protected and we keep on seeking that protection. So either that's happening, or somehow we lack the confidence. I think we are amongst the best in the world. I mean, there are multiple examples I could cite from my company, but I'm sure each one of us sitting in this room has such success stories within your own organization. We can surely compete with the Chinese product, not only in terms of quality, but also in terms of price. And the geopolitics of the day is helping us out. So we are in a sweet spot, but I'm sure as a moderator, it's not my job to just drag on the conversation. So with that, I'll just close my opening remarks with the request to each of the 3 speakers. And we have a very eminent panel. They're going to address each of the 3 things: the global collaborations, the technology part of it, and the export potential. So with that, I stop at this point and would request the next speaker to make their presentation. And in this sequence, Mr. Panikkar, may I request you, in fact, apart from what is listed out against your name, if I may just make a small request, you are, I know, making a presentation on charting the future of sustainable chemicals and petrochemical industry, but since you have come in as a partner with a huge investment and your journey has been very different in terms of a Russian company coming in and making the investment, if you can share some of that experience also, if you feel comfortable doing that. We have an hour's time, so maybe the opening discussion should be about 10 minutes so that there is some time left for interaction.
Thank you, Puri Sahab, for the great introduction, and good afternoon to all of you. My fellow speakers, Partiga Shukla and Jay Sharoff. First of all, let me also congratulate the great arrangement made by the GNFC team. While I was traveling today morning from Baroda to this place, I have seen at many locations widely published about this Vibrant Gujarat seminar. A great show by the team. Thank you very much. Friends, it is a great honor for me to stand before you and reflect upon the significant contribution made by the state of Gujarat in the remarkable growth journey. Gujarat, with rich history, vibrant culture, dynamic economy, and a robust infrastructure, has emerged as the powerhouse for propelling the nation's progress. It is very happy to be in Gujarat and part of the industry. One cannot discuss Gujarat without acknowledging its economic strength. The state has been the key driver of economic growth, consistently contributing significantly to the GDP, couple of percentage more than the population. Strategic location, very well established infrastructure, as the leaders today discussed, very good and pro-business policies, ease of doing business, have made Gujarat a very favorable destination for investment. Puri Sahib asked me to share the story of Nayara towards end, so I will do it for a few minutes. Large number of industries we are seeing in heat here, petrochemicals to textiles, chemicals to pharmaceuticals, electronics to chips, automobile to sustainable mobility, and many, many such things. The development of special economic zones and other cluster industries are also the reason for this outstanding growth of Gujarat. Today, Sahib, after witnessing that today morning leaders, when Chief Minister, the Union Minister, 3 or 4 state ministers and Chief Secretary speaking, I think I should add one more success story for the growth of Gujarat, the leadership. I am surprised to see the passion in which they are talking and the same vision all of them are doing. This is probably a great differentiator to the state of Gujarat. Thank you very much. I was deeply impressed by the knowledge of the Chief Minister, Union Minister, State Industries Minister about this industry, sustainability, carbon tax. Great. Sir, you have been asked me to speak about today about Gujarat at 2047, chartering the future of sustainable chemicals and petrochemical industry. So as the Union Minister said, we live in a world completely dependent on chemicals and fertilizers. The food we that eat, the car we that drive, everything has got a large influence of chemicals and petrochemicals. Fertilizers and plastics, the two major components. There are many other chemical components, but fertilizers and chemical is a focus area. The largest groups in the sector is indispensable in everyday life. Honorable Union Minister was saying how it is influencing our growth. For my speech, sir, there are two major things. Gujarat at 2047 and sustainable chemical and petrochemical production, which Puri Sahib has already mentioned. Let us start with 2047. That is the year we are going to be achieving 100 years of freedom from 200 plus years of colonial rule. Actually completing 100 years of self-rule to freely decide our destiny and set our aspiration. We are all very happy that Honorable Prime Minister has given a very good aspiration with 100% clarity. We are going to be a developed country, Vikasit Bharat by 2047, that as the Chief Minister and other ministers for today. And we are going to be a $30+ trillion economy. See, once we are going to be a $30+ million economy, we have to go very aspirational journey with unity and a lot of passion. Prime Minister also reminds us that every country has a period when it advances its development, and this is the golden age for India. We know that 1800s for Europe, 1900s for US, and the early 2000s for China, those period they have shown outstanding and remarkable development. And this is the time for India, is what Honorable PM said. Today I was very happy to see the analogy between 5 a.m. While 5 a.m. in India, it is 5 p.m. in Europe. While the sun is rising here, it is going down. It is a very true statement. And first time I am hearing. Thanks to Chief Minister for that. So when we are having this 30 trillion economy, we are going to have 24 to 26,000 US dollars of per capita. Assuming that we will be able to distribute much better, so that 2 or 3 things are going to happen related to our industry. One, large number of Indian population will migrate to middle class and upper middle class. That is going to happen when we are a developed country. There would be longer life expectancy, and also people will enjoy a much, much better standard of living. These 2 factors, migration, large number of people to middle class and upper middle class, and longer life and better standard of living, the demand for chemicals and fertilizers are going to be grow manifold in the coming years. About India, it has also said that we are currently 6th largest in the globe and 4th largest market in Asia. And we are now at 210, and we are going to be 300 billion of chemicals and petrochemicals market by 2025, and which is projected to be 1.3 trillion by 2047. At the same time, as Puri Saab has said, India continues to be an importer of few of the petrochemicals. This is a great opportunity for India to serve this huge market. And I believe it is a greater opportunity for the state of Gujarat, since Gujarat is already at an advantage position and is already a key accelerator and amplifier for the growth of the country. So we are going to start from a higher base in comparison to other states. So we will have a better chance to be more competitive in this journey. We have heard now about 2 major industrialists of Gujarat speaking their story, Deepak Bhai and Jai Bhai. So it is a great story from a very low beginning, how they have achieved, not in 100 years globally, but in 2 or 3 decades, massive achievement they have taken. I am very sure that in 2047, we will see large number of such success stories evolving, emerging from this state. Quickly, let us discuss some of the influences that is likely to happen for us to achieve this. One is the infrastructure. I'm happy that Government of India is focusing on a big way throughout the country to improve the infrastructure, and Gujarat is already one of the states which already achieved to a level of infrastructure. For the chemical industry, what is required is easy mobility, port connectivity, rail and digital network. All of this has been talked and shown in the video today that the state is being focused. Second, the union ministers about the free trade agreement. Free trade agreement, you know that India is focusing. We already signed with many of the ASEAN countries, and government is progressing well even to have FTAs with the developed countries. This is good for us because we are going to get another market fully open without restrictions. But there is a challenge. So that challenge is anti-dumping. Dumping can happen because there are few countries which has got some specific advantages. But it is very, very happy to listen to the union minister saying that in case of such incident happen, Government of India will act immediately. That is what, sir, the industry needs, that confidence to invest, so that in case of dumping happens after large number of FTAs, there is a backup policy so that we will be able to sustain the production. So the second aspect is the security of and cost competitiveness of feedstock. So you know that all these petrochemicals and many of the chemicals are derived from hydrocarbon, the crude oil. On a global scale, we have got a disadvantage. US and Middle East, they are very, very competitive on their feedstock considering their natural resource availability. Their feedstock advantage, we have to compensate by the scale of our operation, better processes, and also efficient manufacturing processes, good design aspect, etc. Then only our product can be competitive. But the state of Gujarat here has got an advantage compared to other states in India, because already this is the place where more than 100 million refining capacity is there, huge capacity of ethylene crackers are there, LNG availability, regasification terminals, gas connectivity. So compared to other states, Gujarat may be having an advantage, but as a country we have got a disadvantage. That disadvantage we have to compensate by scale of the operation and better processes. Minister discussed about PCPR, so I am not going into that. PLI is another scheme that we have to request, our intervention is required because chemical and petrochemical also deserves to have a PLI. We are very happy that all the end demand for industries like automobile, electronics, etc. are given PLI that will increase the demand. To start with, at least, we also have been included in the PLI scheme. As you rightly put, sir, my last point in this is about the human resources and R&D. This is a major gap I am seeing in the state of Gujarat. To cut it short, one example I can tell you, less than 850 youth per 1 lakh in the age group of 18-23 is opting for engineering in this state. In some other state, it is 3 times more. Similarly, sir, less than 1% of the higher education institutions have NACC grade A and above. In Gujarat, in some other state, it is 3 times more. So this is something that hopefully the state of Gujarat has to do. Similarly, on the R&D effort, the growth, especially the sustainable growth, would decide based on our R&D efforts and innovation. I am sure that these things would be achievable. But now let me speak to the second part, that is a sustainable thing. You know that about 14% of oil, that is 13 million barrels per day, is used for chemicals and petrochemicals, and that is one of the drivers for the growth of oil production as well. And this industry globally is emitting around 1.5 gigaton of carbon dioxide. As Puri Saab said, there is no choice. We have to act on this sustainability part, on how we can do it. There are 2 aspects related to chemicals and petrochemicals. One is on the carbon emission, and second, specific to this industry, how to dispose the product that we produce. Ultimately, all of you know that it is landing up in ocean, landing up as landfill, and creating huge environmental issues. These 2 things are going to be the sustainable challenges as we progress towards achieving our goal of 30 billion economy. Clean processes, integration with renewable energy, and using artificial intelligence, machine learning, digitalization, etc. for the value chain. But there is a very promising technology is evolving. I'm sure that Pratika Ma'am would be discussing on this. Carbon capture and green hydrogen. The carbon dioxide that is captured out of the existing emission will donate the carbon molecule to the green hydrogen, and that chemistry probably can make many type of products which would be sustainable. On the recycling part, there is a problem now on the recycling. You know that we all know are focusing on the recycling part. You know that this single-use plastic is made to last forever. But we are throwing away after 5 minutes of use and ending up in all the problems. We are trying to recycle. But the recycle, what we are doing is we are only downcycling, means the recycled product will have a lower quality. So further recycling most of the time is difficult. So we are successful only recycling less than 10% of the total product. 90% is accumulating in the landfill. This is an issue that we have to. Because of the limitation line, well, let me conclude. You may feel that there is a contradictory aspiration that we have to achieve. We have to achieve, we have to achieve two targets. One is we have to go to 1.3 billion of production of petrochemicals, but at the same time, we should not impact the environment. That is, you may feel a contradicting challenge, but it is possible with innovation and R&D. So I'm very sorry that I have a few minutes, so I will share the story of Nayara on another occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Panikkar. I'm sorry I had to kind of send in a slip. The topic is so engrossing, and it's been a life's journey for each of the professionals in the field, so I guess it takes a lot of time. And we'll surely have an opportunity during the question and answer session to address some of the issues which you could not cover. Now I invite Madam Vartika Shukla. She shall be speaking on the role of technological exchange in chemical and petrochemical industry to expand globally. As we know, she is CMD of Engineers India Limited. Madam. 10 minutes opening.
Or less. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman of the session, Shri Mukesh Puriji, MD GSFC, my co-panelists, Mr. Prasad Panikkar, Chairman Nayara, and Jay Shroff, Chairman of UPL. Distinguished audience, it's a great pleasure and privilege for me to be here in the pre-event towards Vibrant Gujarat. And I'm grateful to Mr. Pankaj Joshi ji, MD GNFC, for having me here. EIL is a part of the growth story of the Gujarat industry, and the company has a history of development in Gujarat. The vibrancy of the state has been probably the precursor of development all over the country. And when I joined about 35 years ago, the projects that we undertook was valorization of the North Gujarat crude, the South Gujarat crude in the Gujarat refinery. And it's a very tough crude, naphthenic acid crude, those who have roots in the refinery sector. And thereafter, the first technology of the hydrocracker came in Gujarat refinery, Gujarat hydrocracker project. And thereafter, I don't think there was any looking back for the state to come up to a level where it challenges the world in terms of gas utilization. It is 15% of the economy. The network of pipelines is world-class, equal to one in the developed countries like Europe. And we as a company have been proudly associated with several projects, whether it is the LAB project in the petrochemical sector, the IPCL, erstwhile IPCL, Baroda, the Dahej. And today we are poised that we take this journey forward in terms of providing solutions, in terms of project implementation, in this era wherein the leadership which we heard in the morning, the Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, the Honorable Union Minister, the passion, the determination, and the focused attention to supporting industry, supporting growth, supporting investment. This is actually the Amrit Kal wherein, steered by the Honorable Prime Minister, we are poised to overcome hurdles by way of support which is so integral to investment. The environment is so conducive to overcoming the problems of the industry. So my specific topic on technological exchange for the industry to expand globally is essentially stemming from some things which we have to work together to overcome. One is, in few years back, when as a company we were looking at a lot of specialty chemicals, and we have worked very closely. In fact, one of the largest acrylate plants of BPCL Kochi, we have set up ourselves with BPCL. And I recall there was a huge technology challenge when we first started on that journey, but we overcame that. And that bargaining power, if I may say, or the power of the nation today to position itself with the technology players globally is actually very different than it was a few years ago. And this is the time that we are working closely with other industries also. We are capitalizing that. So those technologies which were not available for licensing today, a few years back, today, people are ready to give that technology. And why I say that is because whenever we have an industry which has an offtake agreement, which has certain linkages which determines the profitability and determines a long-term stability of a sustainable business environment, is no longer there. India today, industries today, owners today have that power to get that and invest in that. The way we see, in fact, we talk of globalization, but in our experience, the world today is more, compartmentalized in several ways in terms of barriers of different kinds. And one of it is when we set up projects and we look at newer technologies, the availability of a lot of equipments. And with this era wherein we have limitations of getting supplies from certain countries, looking at the cycle time of projects, some of these are actually big hurdles. And when I say that, the intent is essentially that I would urge the industry to actually take that first mover advantage and take decisions of investment and move forward with project implementation. Because the shops today all over the globe, especially for some of the specialized equipments, are actually full. And the investments which are happening in the Middle East, we are working out of Abu Dhabi, investments which are happening in the Saudi Arabia are tremendous, the scale and size of the investments that are there. So it is upon us to take that decisions quickly and take that first mover advantage, especially in the niche petrochemicals, to actually diversify our portfolio. The other point which is equally important today in terms of technology, in terms of garnering that, is sustainability. And we are seeing Europe, for example, with the CBAM, there is a lot of backlash which is likely to happen. In that context, the technologies for CCUS, I would say not storage but utilization, which is a lot in the nascent stage, and also looking at green hydrogen to lower the carbon footprint, are the future, which have to be integrated such that we do benefit from a future pricing of carbon. But today we are actually having a plan to go down that road. R&D, of course, which you also touched upon, is something which has been not so much invested in, particularly in the petrochemical area in the country. But there are R&D centers who are looking at the catalysts, who are looking at innovating them such that we can reduce dependence on imports. The challenge again in that context the country faces is we do not have a catalyst manufacturing facility. It is always the catalyst technology is growing and there is so much competition. So looking at some kind of a joint venture, some kind of a technology transfer to make that robustness, that self-reliance in the country is equally important when we go on to technology. Just some numbers. Today, when we look at ethylene, we are about 8.7 million tons production, and which is likely to go up to 12.3 with the projects that are in hand. The driver, of course, as Mr. Panikkar also mentioned, to supplement, we have huge scope. Today, we are per capita consumption of about 13 kgs, as against a global average of 3 times, which is about 38, 39 kg. The shift to global supply chain is going to be another driver to encourage investments in the chemical and petrochemical sector, primarily because no company wants the manufacturing bases to be localized in one region itself. And the reduction of reliance on these single sources is again a driver which will definitely ask companies to look forward to diversify these. So as a company with some other organizations in the oil and gas, we did a study for Department of Chemical and Petrochemicals, and we identified 9 key monomers and basically the building blocks, the petrochemicals, the intermediates, and there was a roadmap which was charted out, the benefit of which the industry is accruing. Therein, the large volume of, the ethylene per se is a small volume which goes to the specialty chemicals, which is just about 3%. But a significant volume of propylene, about 10% from a cracker, would be needed to go to specialty chemicals. Since naphtha crackers have a cost advantage because we have so many other liquid products from it, the ideal decision making for investments to get these building blocks are a resultant of the feedstock that we choose, the tie-up that we have in the feedstock, and the downstream products. So I would leave it at this. To sum that, there is a huge opportunity for the demand and supply gap, and we are poised today at a position where we can have, as a nation, bargain on a lot of aspects which we may not have had in previous years, but the pace has to accelerate, decisions have to be made fast, such that we can actually see the projects on the table and at ground level. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for your very concise and focused discussion. Now, I would request Mr. Jay Shroff. We were lucky to hear some of your thoughts in the earlier session. So in this next 10 minutes, probably we'll have this opportunity to hear out the success story. And if I may request at this stage itself, the lessons that you would say for some of the budding industrialists in the room, the younger ones in particular, which they could pick from your experience and then help build their own businesses.
Thank you. I can stay here. For Mr. Puri and all my other panelists, pleasure to be here and speak about the global opportunities. As an industry, we look at business opportunity from a right to win. A right to win is a very important aspect for each of us to look at the global markets. And when you look at right to win and you look at the Indian chemical industry, the global chemical industry is a $6 trillion chemical industry. And if you look at the size of the Indian industry is about 180 billion. And when you look at what is the right, India has about 20% of the world population, probably disproportionate amount of future growth relative to the whole world. If you look at the opportunity in terms of GDP growth, we are going to be number 3 GDP in the next few years. In a lot of sectors, we already probably are. In the per capita value, we probably are the 3rd largest or even more, probably 3rd largest. So when we look at our business opportunity, if the global chemical industry is 6 trillion, probably will continue to grow 2-3%. And as we look at India, our industry is so small. So when Deepak Bhai was saying it's a $1 trillion industry, can be a $1 trillion industry, I think it should be much bigger than that. Because if you see, we are 20% of the world population. We are the 3rd largest economy. We have, the highest growth rate in the industry, in the world in terms of GDP growth. So what should be our aspirations? If I think anything less than 20%, 25%, 30% of the global chemical industry should be based in India. That is rightfully ours. In some parts of the world, you cannot set up a chemical industry. Today in Europe, it's very difficult to set up a chemical industry. In South America or Africa, some of these countries, they don't have the ecosystem. So that gives us another right to win. So my personal view would be that in a $20 trillion growth economy, our chemical industry should go from 180 billion now to say 1.5 trillion, 2 trillion, because there are not many other ecosystems which can support that. And we have such a lot of knowledge and experience and so much human resource and technology today that there's no reason why we should not have that sort of growth. That actually looks like an astronomical demand and investment. But I think that with the vision of the government, the Prime Minister, our Union Minister, and the support and understanding which they are bringing to our industry, to the challenges, I believe that we, as the entrepreneurs in the country, should really take that risk, as Mrs. Shukla was saying, also that we need to do that, and we need to support the local industry. Also, as we are probably the fastest growing economy and probably the smallest share of chemicals today produced. In fact, I was looking at some of my notes, and India is already deficit 57 billion on chemicals. So these things, as industry, as other countries, when we look at it, we must also support each other in terms of encouraging backward integration, forward integration in our industry. In terms of globalization, UPL is probably one of the most global companies with presence almost on every farm in the world. And that brings interesting aspects for us. Today, we are probably #1 company in agricultural chemicals in about 15 markets around the world. And we believe that in the near future, we will continue to gain market share because of our complete backward integration. This brings its own challenges, and as an industry, we invest probably more than any other player in our industry in terms of having backward integration, having actually the least reliance on imported raw materials. And that drives a lot more investment per dollar of revenue. So while we are an agrochemical company primarily with almost 80% revenue coming from agrochemicals, we are also a large specialty chemical company because of all the backward integration and intermediates we make. The challenges as far as the the globalization is concerned is, at UPL while we are present in almost every part of the world, we employ local talent. We treat local talent as good as Indian talent, and that helps in cultural integration. So in Brazil, we have 20,000 crore business, and there will be maybe one Indian there. So it is not only about exporting management, it's about building our Indian cultural integration into the management in these countries. And we find that the talent is there. They understand entrepreneurship. It's not always easy, but neither is any other business model. Everywhere we need to really focus on cultural integration with your business and your goals. With that, I've already talked a lot about other things in my speech, and Deepak Bhai covered all the other opportunities. I hand over to them.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. In fact, on the point of ambition, which I think is a big learning from your discussion, the matter of the fact is we are 16% of the world's population. So to aim to capture 25–30% of at least a few chemicals, the market share, is definitely a doable ambition and something which need to aspire. In fact, recently McKinsey has come out with a report commissioned by, I was noticing some of the participants in this very session, Ami Chemicals and so on. I was looking through the numbers, and I noticed that even on a normal 9 to 10% CAGR, which has been the norm for chemical industry in India in the last decade, since 2011, their projection is by 2040, we will already be reaching a size of 850 billion to 1 trillion. So surely we have a right to aim more, considering that we have been the fastest growing economy in at least 6 to 7 years of the last decade. And the way some of the bigger economies have slowed down or are slowing down, and given our demographic dividend, the next decade surely belongs to us. So having this kind of ambition is absolutely essential. The other lesson which I heard from Mr. Shroff is that you have to capture the entire value chain. So backward and forward linkages, which Madam also alluded to, using the best technology and the first mover advantage. So these are surely going to help us reach where we aspire to. I would now request the audience, I'm sure there are a number of questions bubbling inside, so you're welcome to ask questions to the eminent panelists. Yeah, please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Prakash Bondre. I am from Sumitomo Chemicals. My question is to Mr. Jay Shroff. See, UPL is a global company, and we really admire UPL having large manufacturing presence in India and outside India. As a leader of the company, how do you differentiate in terms of sustainability, differentiate between Indian companies, what Indian companies are doing towards sustainability, and what developed countries are doing sustainability, and what Indian industry should be doing it or going for?
Yeah. No, thanks for that question. It's, at UPL journey of sustainability began much before ESG became a fancy word or the fashionable thing to do. So in 2018 or so, when we started ranking, we started putting the documentation together, we achieved very, very high ranking globally. And that was because ESG or governance or social responsibility or environmental responsibility was part of our DNA. So, I'm actually very surprised. I'm not surprised that we are ranked #1 in the industry on ESG, and we are the top 1% of any company and in the top 10 companies globally on ESG ranking, because it is nothing new for us. It's not something we changed our habits. It's not that we did anything different. If you attend a family board meeting in our company, our CSR budget gets finished in 3 months. First 3 months CSR budget for the whole year is over, and then there is a big fight how much more we give. And so when the government said CSR has to be 2% of your profits, it actually, if we do that, we'll save money because we always spend more. So, on your point, I think that with the stage at which our industry, chemical industry, is today, I believe that, as Mr. Puri was saying, some of the decarbonization regulations which are coming are an opportunity. We have to use it as an opportunity. We have the ability to be a lot more flexible. We have agility on our side. So I believe that decarbonization of our value chain, particularly with, the Prime Minister, I'm sure every week reviews decarbonization with the PMO. So with that kind of support, I believe that, sir, as you were saying, this can be a real opportunity for India to decarbonize our value chain. And if you see on every aspect of it, the value chain, I believe that the opportunity is there, and we should be able to pivot our industry to adopt faster than anybody else. Saying that, I believe China is very agile, and they are a serious competitor to our growth, but that doesn't take that away from us. So I believe that it can give us one more entry barrier for an advantage towards value creation to our products, and be able to give us one more lever to gain market share if it really becomes a barrier. I believe that when the Western economies realize that this is no more an entry barrier, they may reverse. So I think we have to be very thoughtful, because these are kind of trade barriers also. So we have to be very aware of what we are doing and how much capital we are putting in that.
If I may just add some points to it, I think where we are positioned as a nation, we are on the growth path. And in our experience, a lot of players who are there in the market who give technology or who actually support the growth of several sectors in the oil and gas or petrochemical, chemical, they are either not investing in technologies which have a carbon footprint, or they are insisting at their corporate level not to license them because their shareholders are not permitting to license these technologies because they want to showcase the company as green. But this is detrimental to a country like ours. So we must be conscious of it in the sense that we must work towards whatever G2G relationships or in terms of alliances to actually leverage our position today to get them to the country. I'll give you one example. Coal we have plenty, and coal gasification is something which we've been talking for years, and there is a target of 100 million ton of coal gasification. But there is no technology player. There is only one technology player. So by and by such things will disappear in terms of investments in growth of that technology. So we have to be conscious as a nation how we position ourselves, because the world which developed will try to put entry barriers, and the world which is developing is obviously may not be progressing the way we want to. So we have to be conscious as players in the industry as to how we use the government, which is so conducive, as well as our own industry and our own ownership, to actually take quick decisions. I'm just reiterating the same point. Thank you.
Yeah, please. Kamlesh bhai.
Hello, I'm Kamlesh Sudani, for coming from pharmaceutical industry. But my question is that to Puri Saab, to you and the panelists also, that we are looking at the growth of chemical industries, and as rightly said, that 180 billion can go to 1.5 trillion or whatever, 2 trillions. But basically, as a country, are we spending enough money in R&D for developing the right products, technologies or processes? Because there are, apart from the large industries, there are many small, medium-scale industries also, and we do not have, as a country, a world-class research institutes or universities which can, support the industry. US, there are various research organizations or institutions which work with the industry. I think that gap is still a big gap which needs to be addressed. I don't know whether it can be an opportunity or a threat, but is that a thought to be considered?
All I'll say, since you specifically asked me, I don't have the numbers. I have the same concern. So what I'll be answering is an opinion, a rhetoric. That doesn't wash. So I'd rather have the other panelists come out with a more cogent answer, I'd say.
So I will try to support the R&D industry with some examples. We have partnered with BPCL for SAP, super adsorbent polymer, which is completely imported in the country, and there is huge growth which is likely to happen. Now the challenge was, in the polymerization part, how to make the structure integral such that it doesn't collapse, And BPCL R&D struggled for years to actually make that happen, because the technology sourcing from other countries, they were not ready to give it, because there is huge volume and huge business opportunity for the players. But we have broken through that barrier, and we are now today in a position, the pilot plant is running at Kochi, and it is likely to be scaled up. So there are exemplary examples of technologies which have been actually substituted by way of R&D in the country. There are a lot of catalysts which our sister company Indian Oil has developed in their R&D, which is again being used in the polymerization processes. So there are good examples. For the example, in the refinery sector, we have plenty of technologies which are ours. The diesel hydrotreating for BS6 is our own Engineers India with Indian Oil. We have the delayed coker, which actually does the bottom processing. That is also our own. So there are many technologies also our own. So there are shining examples, let's say food grade hexane, pharma grade hexane, which is made by Hindustan Mittal and Bhatinda, is a homegrown technology. So there are shining examples of those. I think sometimes we tend to be modest in what we do, but I would also not say that there is the large volume impact. So the investment is there, it is on the rise, but I think the visibility is not that much, and of course there is lot more scope that is always existing.
No, I think absolutely well said, and R&D requires a long investment, and I think the talent required for R&D is different. And one of the beliefs I have is that the university system needs to create world-class infrastructure to create talent and engineers who can follow their passion. One of the things I observe is that if you look at young kids going for chemical engineering, they'll say, I want to be computer engineering, electronics engineering, something engineering, and then if he doesn't get there, then he gets into chemical engineering. So it's not necessarily by passion or by a personal interest that people go in. And if you create a working environment in the university structure where the first 4 years or 4 years plus 2 years, where students have access to world-class infrastructure, so when they go back to the industry, they continue to drive the innovations around catalyst or around any kind of polymer chemistry or any other invention. I think that if you're not passionate, there's no chance you'll invent something. Research happens through crazy amount of dedication and passion, and so I feel that we have a gap there. And the other gap where we have is, I find that while in India R&D investment is given certain amount of incentive, I think we need a lot more. If you look at the grants being given to university systems in US, I was shocked. I was talking to one of the deans of Southern California University, and I was showing off to him that in India we have profitable universities, and I heard his budget. He gets $600 million a year grant from the US government in one university, and the total grant he had was some $1.5 billion a year grant, no payback, no questions asked, and that's annual budget. I don't think the whole budget of all the university system must be 1.4 billion. So I think there is to be when we are building, and we had constraints, and I think as the economy grows, the investment in developing talent who is passionate about the subject they are in, not because it pays the best salary, but because they want to do something better in the industry, is more important.
Since you have asked again, let me share with you. In fact, the government does. GSFC University, funded, promoted by Government of Gujarat, is going to have its third convocation today. It has produced some of the finest engineers in South Gujarat at least. I am not going to say in entire country. We are nowhere close to that. But if the industry is passionate and the government is always willing. I am giving the example of GSFC because we are having the meeting today. Deepak Bhai is also one of the contributors to the university. Some other industrialists have started contributing. You see, the net result is, it's hardly a 7-year-old university. Today it has got 2,100 students. And if any of you would like to come see, we have a very eminent guest coming. Last time it was the ISRO chairman and so on. The net result is now the talent pool is expanding and they are willing to spend. R&D is happening. So industry has to get together. The government on its own this year has contributed 20 crores towards corpus, a very small amount. But what made us happy in the university was that the corporate groups, once they have started seeing the value that comes to the entire ecosystem, they have started giving small amounts, 50 lakh, 1 crore and so on. And more importantly, they have started absorbing the students, because that's the key. If the students are not going to get the jobs, why is it, the point that Jai made, why is it that chemical engineering is figuring right at the bottom of the choices? People are even choosing liberal arts because they are not getting the right kind of remuneration. So some degree of introspection as a group we need to do. If we pay them the right rewards, surely R&D, there is scope, government can do it to its, industry can do it bit, but more importantly absorb the people who are being trained and who have there are a lot of people who have the passion to do this focused job. I could see a couple of hands here, yeah please. We'll have another 10 minutes at most, so maybe 3 more questions. I have one question for Mr. Panikkar, which I reserve the right to ask him. So maybe I'll ask him right now at whatever stage we are done with the questions. So you can think it over, because when we were talking about sustainability, kind of time ran out. The government has come out with this extended producer responsibility. You were talking about the circular economy, the recycling. When it comes to plastic recycling in particular, why has that not been taken up in a big way? Or in a positive strain, how can we possibly make it happen in the coming 2 to 4 years? So maybe we can start with the questions.
Yeah, good afternoon all. My name is Kishore Chalaria, CEO of Deepak Phenolics. I echo Ms. Shukla's statement that this industry body was studying the growth of chemicals and petchems in the country, and there was a need felt for the big brothers to make available olefins for lateral growth other than, if I may use a crude word, solidifying them into polymers. So my question, ma'am, is what is the reluctance in your mind why this is not happening in the country? And number 2, how can EIL help to find some ways for low capex production of primary olefins?
I think the first of the breakthrough happened today itself when Petronet signed the MOU, and the beneficiary of the propylene monomer, which is going to be supplied for end use of specialty petrochemicals. And even there are some other projects wherein there is an offtake which has been built into the feasibility itself for enhancing the hub and spoke model for anchor industries to come up to use that. Reluctance is essentially because whoever puts in, of course, that can also be done with a pricing mechanism such that the return on the large investment is secured. And so it's a stepwise thing which will probably break that barrier. In terms of low cost, which you mentioned of projects, we have found that in fact, I would draw the parallel to what is happening in the Middle East. The ADNOC Group, which has huge investments in terms of enhancing its crude production capacity, gas production capacity, has shifted to a conventional model of project execution. In earlier years, they were, in fact, for all times, they were doing the EPC kind of project implementation with a fixed cost, fixed time. But then the EPC bidder or the executor actually build in all that is required to actually not have, mitigate the risks. They have also shifted to the conventional execution, wherein there is a discovered price as and when, the market determined price as and when we procure the items. That is one way to bring down costs significantly. Of course, the commercial terms, in fact, when we work with the private sector, and I was also sharing with Mr. J and our other clients, that when a public sector works with the private sector, and you spoke specifically of EIL, we do the best of engineering, but the best in class procurement and commercial terms comes from the private sector. And it's a deadly combination, if I would say, which is reducing the cycle time, reducing the capex, and getting, fast implementation of project.
I'm Jayanti Patel, Chairman, Meghmani Group of Industries. My question is Sri Panikkar sir, about Naira. Because India imports 15 lakh tons PVC. Because lack of feedstocks, people are not going for PVC. Caustic chlorine industry, we are in that segment. Outside India, most of the chlorine goes for PVC. More than 50%. In India only, there is no chlorine is not going in PVC. So why? Because of feedstock of ethylene. So why? At any time, Naira, just like LNG, PDH, ethylene can spare, have a cracker for ethylene, so they can invite downstream industries to manufacture PVC, having a caustic complex.
Thank you very much. Lot of relation between the previous question and this question about how we can competitively price all these products. That is what Vartiga ma'am also say. There are two problems from industry when we are looking. What you are talking is that we have to go for an ethylene cracker. We have two options. We can sell ethylene and propylene, or we can value add ourselves. Most of the time, we found, since there is already a market available in the country for high density polyethylene or derivatives of ethylene, like polypropylene and those type of things, for a project economics in the Indian context, it may not be economically viable because ethylene has to be priced at a particular price, but more value addition normally we will get from the other products. And there is a market in India. So that is why many companies in India are not reluctant to give. This previous question, I just want to add. There are two factors why we are concerned about the pricing. One, I spoke that we are importing all these raw materials. The crude oil that we are importing, 85% is being imported. So our price of crude oil, when it lands in the country, is more than, say, US or Middle East. So they have got a basic price advantage. Second, our interest for the capex is, now it is probably coming closer in many countries, but you think about 1 year back, we have got 7 to 8% of interest for the capex that we are spending. Then it was only 1 or 2% in the competing countries. So this coupling, the feedstock availability along with the high interest rate, but we have got an advantage on the project execution, that is what they have said, that our project execution cost in comparison with the Middle East or US may be low. And also the compliance cost of US is much higher. But as Saab said, as we progress, our compliance cost also is going to be more. There is, that he rightly said, there is no choice. So this is the time, I also agree with the previous question, R&D and innovation is the solution. I fully agree with him saying that there is a lot of things we have to do to integrate our industry with the universities. If you really want to be a developed country, that's the only success route to be differentiated with other technology available. We are doing very good in many fields, but we have to do a lot of things. I can just share one example. Recently, Naira has gone with IIT Delhi to have a center of excellence for hydrogen safety. We spend some money, but I found many places same research is being done. Some other IITs, some other institutions, but we don't have a system to find out how universities, industry can share, so that all the universities need not research on the same topic. So there is a lot of thing has to do in this area. I'm sure that as we grow, when our priorities will be more towards those type of R&D and integration, and we will be there. Sir, let me take. Yeah, very briefly, sir. There is a problem in recycling. As I said, the biggest issue is this single-use plastic. This has got more than 200 years of life, but we are using for most of the time for 5 minutes, throwing away. Where we are throwing away, mostly in the road. And then recycle is going to be a biggest challenge. One, collecting the plastic, segregating it. Then there are two options for recycling. One is we are just thermal recycling, burn it and make another product. That second product is going to be of low quality because all the impurities of the first product is there, so there is no way we can recycle second. Second is a catalytic process, that we can take the molecules and make a product of almost equal quality, but that is yet to be economical. That is why we are still at less than 10% of recycling, and recycling is not economical compared with the direct production. So there is going to be a time when our feedstock price is high, recycling will be more efficient. And also, as Sab rightly put, the producer is responsible for the end use. This is a big challenge for us. If you make plastic, no, anyway, Naira is not going to make any single-use plastic since we know that we cannot handle it. How we can handle if you produce 10 tons of plastic, how we can be responsible, which is distributed across the country. But even for other plastics, the long life plastics also, the end user has to take a way out. So hopefully it has evolved. As of now, we are far away, I believe, from coming to a clear solution.
Thank you, Mr. Panikar. We have shortly overshot our time. So with the permission of my co-panelist, we'll close the session at this point. I would like to thank the three eminent co-panelists for their very valued contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for moderating that session, and thank you, panelists, for sharing the knowledge with us. And I now request Mr. Pankaj Joshi, MD, GNFC, to kindly present the mementos to the moderator, sir, and all the panelists. We request all of you to come forward for a group photograph. Madam. And we now open the floor for the lunch, and we see you back in an hour. We have two important sessions to go on, so do come back at the right time. Thank you so much. We have the lunch in the lawn area, and the delegates are requested to proceed with that. Srimati Mamta Verma, IAS Principal Secretary. Welcome, ma'am. We also welcome Shri R.B. Barat, IAS Chairman GPCB, and Shri Shishant Kumar Purohit, Joint Secretary, Department of Chemicals and Petrochemical, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizer, Government of India. So, ladies and gentlemen, I know after the stupendous lunch, you want to get warm up. So, kindly extend a big round of applause to all of them and get yourself charged for the session, which is on accelerating chemicals and petrochemicals industries to make them future ready. And to start the session, to talk about the government schemes and incentives to boost international trade in chemicals and petrochemical sector, we welcome Shri Ashish Kumar Das, Joint DGFT.
Good afternoon. Welcome to this second session. It's more about the practical aspects of petrochemical or chemical sector. In the past sessions, we have already gone through a big vision of this sector. So in this session, we have to look into what is the future, what is going on in the sector, what government help you are getting so that you can strategize your industry accordingly at present and for the future. In a broad view, I can say at present, in terms of our export volume, I have to focus on the export sector. So total India's export around 36 lakh crore. And out of that, the Gujarat's export volume is around 12 lakh crore. And out of that, around 80,000 crore from Bharuch district only. From that, you can surmise what is the importance of Bharuch. Yesterday, I just saw what is the real-time data of export performance. I get this. And out of that, also different segments are also involved because chemical is a vast sector. Within that, also different small sector like pharmaceutical is important. So that is the turnover, particularly export performance of a Bharuch district, 80,000 crore. It's a huge amount. And in future, in 2025, we are expecting 30% more because lots of greenfield investment is there, particularly in the Bharuch district, particularly in the region of Dahej. Whether it is a bulk drug or different new chemicals, new product development, all these are happening. Because when a new project is coming and either they are routing through production linked scheme or through EPCG or movers, so we are monitoring what is going on. Just 3-4 months back, if I calculate 3-4 months, around 700 crore EPCG I already given in the Dahej only. So that is the investment. So if I come to the incentives segment and what are the different subsidy, first I would like to start. First you have to understand the total export sector, how it is functioning, so that you can comprehend how it is operating. If something comes in between, you should not be surprised how it happens. Because we start our journey from 1991 in terms of LPG, that is liberalization, privatization, globalization, all of you are aware, from the closed economy to open economy. And after that, what is our journey? Everybody is well aware of where we are today. But in between the landmark achievement is in 1995 establishment of a WTO. So where what happens, all the rule regulations of a country are synchronized with the WTO compatibility. So again, we change everything to make our domestic policy, rules, regulation, act, everything synchronized with the WTO. There is a paradigm change. So all of you are aware, in the pharmaceutical sector particularly, we switch over from process patent to product patent. So whatever now we are expecting, what will happen when there will be a carbon tax and different technical barriers. So just in the previous session, there is a lots of deliberation on that, how we prepare ourselves for this carbon trading. That will be one type of a technical barrier to trade by the developed country. So same happens when we switch over from process patent to product patent in 1995. Same things happened. Our pharmaceutical industry was very strong in process patent. All of a sudden there is a switch over to product patent. Now, at that time also there is no research and development, everything. Now, you can observe where our pharmaceutical industry is there. It is a world leader. So same will be in the chemical sector. If it is a carbon trading, it will not be a problem. It is opportunity. So we have to, how we will handle that is important. Even some technology that is decarbonizing technology, which is available only in the few hands. How to utilize that? The strategy what in the previous sessions we get, that either we have to invest in research and development, we have to develop that manpower to innovate in the field with greater collaborations with the industry, with the university, or how we can bring the technology from the foreign country and have to utilize. So that is a difficult task, because those who invest lots of money in research development, why they will give? So there is a major hurdle, a strong patent regime. India has a very weak patent regime. So we have to make it strengthen, so that the reliability of Indian market will be more in the international market, so that other country will not show their reluctance to give their patented technology to India. In the last 3-4 years, we have sea change in the patent regime in India. We streamlined lots of rules, regulations, everything. Now we are at a very comfortable position in terms of IPR regime, intellectual property right. And that is the first thing, basic requirement in a country to obtain technology. Because lots of research and development investment happens. If the patent is violated, then there is a big loss of those who are invested. For that reason, they show reluctance to give it. Just like if everybody is very agnostic about China, same thing happens. If you have a strong patent regime, then there will be no reluctance from any developed country to give the technology to use that. So we have to make that strong. Even if we have to penetrate into the global supply chain, then a strong patent regime also basic prerequisite. And in the chemical sector, already we discussed that the Indian chemical industry, it is present throughout the world. That is, they are exporting more than 200 countries. So already we have the market presence. So in terms of a product, new product or decarbonizations to make the clean and sustainable energy, because that is a major challenge in the chemical field. Because if you have more carbon emission, there is a lots of a technical barrier by a developed country through the WTO. So we have to prepare ourselves how to tackle that situation with that technical barrier. We already faced the challenge when at the time of a formation of a WTO, there is a tariff barrier, because always there is a import tariff is very high, so that you cannot enter into the other country for the export. So that phase is over. Now many countries reduce their tariff or streamline itself, so that there is no more tariff barrier. In India also same, we have now at a very good position, comfortable positions. So our import duty is very low. So it is a very porous market. Any product can come into the India. So what is the next? Developed country also facing the same. So that this new technology, technical barrier to trade, that comes into. And this technique is used by the developed country to stop the product into their market. And for technical barrier, how to fight with that? First, in the production line, you should be qualitative. You should achieve that quality, that your production is that qualitative. You can challenge to the other country in terms of the product quality. For that reasons, strong benchmark in terms of a production quality, technology, you should have. That is the basic requisite. After that, you have to find there is a many instrument also international, just like in the pharma sector I mentioned. That is a compulsory licensing. If some technology is essential for the country, for the carbon emission, to make a clean environment, everything, then we can lobby for compulsory licensing. That the technology, those who have, they have to compulsorily have to give. Just like in the during the time of COVID, you may have heard from the newspaper demand of compulsory licensing. Those who have that vaccine should give compulsorily because of survival of the mankind. Same also happened to the carbon emission, because it's not a problem of 1% or 2% or a problem of a producer. Because if we are not a producer, produce something, then how the user industry will use, how the different product will come to the market. So it is a interlinked. So compulsory license, we can think of that. We can lobby in the WTO forum. That is the second phase. Third things, now in the first phase also lots of investment in a vibrant Gujarat, in the context of a vibrant Gujarat, everybody is focused on the investment. So investment is only the starting point. What is the latter? For example, I give the instance. For example, you invest 500 crore in Dahej, and you develop the product, and you produce also, you export also. All of a sudden, you get the same product in a very low cost in India. What you will do? Your 500 crore gone in a single stroke. So what Honorable Minister mentioned also, penicillin. That the same happens in the low cost. That is technically called, it is a dumping. But you will be surprised, dumping is permitted by WTO, and that is, it is legally permitted. Legally permitted in the WTO regime. So how to counter that? Generally in the trade defense, I got, before 2 years back, I got the opportunity to become a director in the trade defense of India. So it was very surprising for me, because I just, after serving Baroda region, central Gujarat in the international trade for 6-7 years, I get the opportunity. There I get 30% of anti-dumping, the beneficiary, are from your district only. It's a Bharuch and Vadodara. It is very surprising. Then after that, I requested their Director General, sir, you should conduct lots of a seminar in Bharuch and Vadodara, because nobody is aware about. Because all of a sudden, same product, those who they are producing, all of a sudden it is imported locally. How they will handle? That is the problem, because nobody have the knowledge, because it is altogether nuances of international trade, WTO rule, and very complex. And a more difficult aspect, it is very costly. If you approach to impose one anti-dumping duty, the consultant will charge starting from 5 crore minimum. Or else they will not talk, because it is dealing with lots of data mining and international presence. You should have a technical presence, lots of technical rigor in international trade. So majority we are taking the benefit of anti-dumping. That I have to say, the 3 instruments are there available: anti-dumping, countervailing, and safeguard duty. Once you invested, then how to protect? Because unless until you get a reasonable period to operate domestically, you cannot safeguard your investment. You put 500 crore, at least 5 years down the line, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, if you are not safeguarded, unless you become a competitive player in the market, then you cannot survive. So there required is the trade defense. And these are the instruments: anti-dumping, countervailing, and safeguard duty to protect yourself. Even, for example, at that time I invested a PTFE, one of the product in Bharuch. I invested. We provide them 25 years safeguard. That is anti-dumping duty, so that they saved, they survive. So many products like in the similar line. So in that, what happens? In the anti-dumping, what is the cost of production of a product? They sell it lower cost at the different country. If their cost of a production, for example, 10 rupees, they sell it in the 5 rupees in India. And it is permitted if they are not dumping, because their cost of a production is very low, and they are very efficient, and you are very inefficient in your production. Then that dumping is appropriate. Or if it does not harm the domestic industry. For example, they are dumping, they are giving in the low cost. Then what is bad in that? Because consumer industry is beneficial out of that. Then that's good. Unless until it harm to the domestic industry, then we cannot protect you. Then come technical things. Who is the domestic industry? In India, it is a great problem. Who is the domestic industry? Domestic industry means those who are producing 50% plus. Those who are monopolizing one product, they can easily raise their concern. But particularly product which are scattered among different producers and there is no unity among themselves, then even government wants something they cannot do as per the international rule is concerned. So unity among the producer is the first things to protect yourself. Unless you are not united, nobody can protect you. Because to be a domestic industry, to raise your concern, minimum 51+% production you should have, then you can come with the petition that we are suffering. That is the many anti-dumping cases are not sustained because of that. Because your petition is not viable in the international forum. You should be 51% producer who should raise this concern. After that, the application will be accepted. The investigation will start and all processes will follow. This is the anti-dumping scenario. And our Bharat district is taking 30 to 40% of the benefit of that. That is a very good thing. And that is only the big industry. The medium industry are yet to take that benefit. Because of the viability is less, because expenditure is more. So government should come with different schemes to help small producer to take the benefit of anti-dumping. Then safeguard duty, all of a sudden, for example, there is no reduction in the price, but all of a sudden some product come into the Indian market. And even if you study what is the reason, that will take time. So what to do? So at that time, there will be a countervailing duty. So what is the urgent surge? To counter that, to safeguard the industry, government has the power to provide a safeguard industry. So that immediately the industry will be protected, safeguarded. Then we have to analyze where we have the limitation, where we have to put energy to develop your efficiency or productivity, then we will take. But immediately to give safeguard to the industry, safeguard duty, government can provide. So if all of a sudden your product is come to the India so that you are unable to handle that situation, you can approach to the government to implement that. Another is a minimum import price, what Honorable Minister mentioned. There is no dumping, there is no safeguard, nothing. So government can impose that a minimum below this amount, this product should not come to the India. So that is also one set of mechanism. Countervailing is also there. For example, now many industry you may take the benefit of a road tape, 0.8% something you are obtaining. Now, I would like to share also some bad news. USA also put in the WTO against this scheme. So very soon you will also be deprived out of this. This is against the WTO rule. There is some nuances will be there. So that because previously we provide you lots of incentive, whether it is a focus market, focus product, all sort of, and for service sector, ACIS, all these things. All we withdraw because of a WTO incompatibility. And after incompatibility, then we introduce two schemes, PIL scheme and another is a road tape. PIL scheme, it is very WTO compatible because we are not providing to the exporter. It should be very clear. PIL scheme is for producer. Whether you are selling domestically or exporting, that doesn't matter. So it is a very safe scheme. And we already provided 15,000 crore, particularly pharma sector in the PIL. Same may come in the chemical sector. It depends on the future perspective, it will come. And in particularly the road tape, what happens, it is a 0.8% something in the pharma we are giving. So actually it operates in the basic principle that we can export goods and service to the foreign country, but we cannot export the duty to the foreign country. This is the fundamental, because the duties are the money of the citizen of this country. You can export the goods, you can export service, but not duties. So during the times of the production of your product, there are many incidents of a tax which is not compensated. So through road tape, we are compensating. So actually it is not incentive, we only neutralizing the duties. Also the medium, how we are calculating, how we are giving, on that there is an objection by USA. For that region, USA opposing in the WTO, so there is a lots of controversy in that. And normally in terms of a trade incentive is concerned, now what is the different schemes going in DGFT is that is a pre-production, production and post-production. If we divide the total production cycle, for example, if you come for a new, establishing new industry, then first thing you have to bring the different capital goods for the production of your product. So how to bring the capital good? Either you have to procure domestically or you have to import. If you have to go for quality capital good for the better production, for high efficiency, latest technology, then you have to import. But when you are importing, the problem is the import duty is so high, so it is not cost effective for you. So we have a scheme, advance authorization and EPCG DFIA. In EPCG schemes, we make your duty portions free. That means you can import any capital goods duty free. Whatever your requirement, the capital goods should be linked to your product, then we make it duty free. But there is a condition that we give you 6 years time, that within 6 years, you have to export 6 times of whatever duty you are saving. For example, I give the license EPCG authorization of 1 lakh rupees. That is duty free. Whatever your capital good has the cost, there is a, for example, 100 rupees duty. We make 100 rupees duty with the condition that within 6 years, you have to export 600 rupees only. Once you show that, we'll make it a discharge certificate will be given so that duty is 100% free. This is the condition in EPCG. But if you have a lots of export import of the capital continuously, then there is a scheme of movers that is executed by the custom department. That is just like a bonded warehouse. You have to bond it with the custom. Then there will be seamless import and export activity will be going on. There is no need of any authorization. So you have to select whether you have to approach DGFT or custom. Which scheme will be better? You have to cost benefit analysis. There is a higher regime of compliance in mover scheme, but in the DGFT based EPCG scheme, there is a less compliance. Once you take the authorization import, then you are free. What you are doing, we are not bothering. You are free hand for 6 years until export obligation period is over. Then once you set your industry, again when you are setting industry, whether you are setting in the domestic tariff area or whether SEZ, there is also different scheme. If you want to settle your industry in the SEZ area, so there is a different regime. You have to open one unit in the SEZ, and in Dahej you have the already very settled SEZ. So that is one opportunity. Another SEZ is in the Sterling SEZ. So this export-oriented SEZ are there. Most probably next year government is coming with a new SEZ policy, will be more viable. At past, due to the some MAT, that is from income tax point of view, there is a lots of controversy and many units are displaced. Most probably government will address those issues and a new policy will come which will be more viable for the producer. So you'll get a new setup of the SEZ policy next year. And if you are domestic operating, then when you settle your industry, then you start producing. Then a day-to-day life, you need material, international level quality material with the low cost and duty-free, continuously, whatever you are producing. That we provide you through advance authorization. Whatever raw material you want to use for the production of your export product, we make it 100% duty-free. Then what is the condition? Condition is whatever you have to export, what you have to import, only 20% of a value addition you have to make. If 100 rupees raw material, the duty set, then 120 rupees you have to export. Then condition is satisfied, duty, your duty is 100% free from the custom side. So that is advance authorization. And DFIA scheme also is there. If you have, for example, you are a merchant exporter, or you have the tie-up with some manufacturer, you are a third-party exporter like that, and you are lots of components are domestic also, then you can take the benefit of a DFIA also. First you have to export, then whatever the raw material you are utilized, that is your entitlement, then you can bring it and also you again sell it in the domestic market also. That is a DFI scheme. That is a very beautiful scheme. And there is no future export obligation, because export obligation, first you fulfilled, then you take the entitlement. Generally, sugar industry, particularly this confectionery biscuit industry, they are all using this, because there is a raw material fluctuation in the international market. So they are fast export by utilizing the domestic source, then they get the entitlement, then they import from the foreign country without any duty. That is the dynamics. So these are the schemes run by Government of India, and in future, we now previously there was a 5 years foreign trade policy, every 5 years one foreign trade policy. But first time in the history, in 2023, we break that custom. So every year we give a new foreign trade. So previous year, new foreign trade policy 2023. There is no 5 years clause. So in 2024, we will come with a new foreign trade policy by taking into account why? Because the trade is a very dynamic subject. Every year permutation, combination, rules, regulation, international change. So to accommodate different demands of a different exporter, we make every year's foreign trade policy taking into account what is the requirement of the exporters. Again, we are thinking, because different now foreign trade policy is equally applicable to all sectors, no sector specific policy. So we are thinking of a specific sector-based policy also. So by taking into account different feedback from the chemical sector, we are also thinking of that also. Again, we have lots of investment now. Government is thinking of putting lots of money in export infrastructure. For that reason, we make different district as export hub of one product, and we already declared Bharuch as a district of a chemical industry, and that draft also drafted by me also. The Bharuch as an export hub for chemical only. So we have to put lots of common use facility here in Bharuch by spending lots of money, whether it is in the logistic, whether in the warehouse, whether it is a testing center, whether it is a training center, whether it is a research and development facility. All whatever the feedback will be obtained from the industry, by taking into account, we have to invest lots of things which will be commonly used by all the industry. So district as an export hub, we introduced a new scheme, and it is for 100% by taking the feedback of the local industrialists situated in that district. Previously what happened, some project came, we implement as a government official, we utilize that money. But now in the district as an export hub, it is not like that. We sit together with the industrialists of the local area, different trade association, industrialists, and government official. We have to assess what is the requirement, what is lacking in terms of infrastructure. So what is the demand come from the exporter side? After assessing the physically, we have to prepare the blueprint. If it is, for example, some infrastructure needs hundreds of crores, then we separate it into the small segments. So how to fulfill stage by stage. So in that way, we are blueprinting in all districts by specializing which district will be hub of which product. Accordingly, we go for district as an export hub, and Bharuch district is we already approved as a district for chemical product. So accordingly, we will implement that also. So these are the few schemes, particularly government sector for export. And in the future also, big way next year we are coming, particularly e-commerce policy. Particularly, we are making a different post office into the foreign bank, and digital marketing, particularly those who are sitting in the rural area, particularly women entrepreneur and small exporter, small trader, they can start up their own initiative through digital marketing. And we are making all the rule regulation very simple, clarified, even many things on the basis of a self-declaration. No need of a banking declaration of your whatever transaction made, BRC, all these things will not be required. Maximum things, 70% things will be self-declared basis. Digital market will be come into place. So next year planning a big way. It is a 200 billion market segment we are focusing on next year. So we are coming in a big way that. So that will give boost to the handicraft, particularly in the chemical sector, pharmaceutical, particularly over-the-counter products. that will be helpful for these products. Not in all sector. Some selective sector we start, then we have to see what will the impact. So this is the broad contour of different export schemes, help from the government side, and in the future different things will come. And if any doubt, any questions you have to query, you can raise later on after other speakers speak something in their own field. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ashish ji. It was very enriching. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers, GNFC, and CII, and the partner organizations to organize a very enlightening pre-Vibrant Summit on the FutureChem Gujarat. You know, since morning we have been hearing about how Gujarat has become a chemical hub, what kind of I mean, the sector has grown. We are definitely #1 in terms of exports. We are definitely some of the things, if I can say, in the last 15 years. I mean, if we see just some numbers, our 2 times our factories have doubled. You know, increase has happened. 5 times our capital investment has come. 7 times total output has come. I mean, and more than 10% the FDI has come. So we definitely, Gujarat is definitely the chemical hub of not only in India. We are supplying to almost 200 countries. Our various products are there. We are supplying to the various countries. What is very important now is to see how we can keep this momentum and how we can capitalize on the right time when we are here, when the development is happening so fast, when Government of India has made so many changes in the FDI, in the sector, we're allowing of 100% FDI and made a lot of given incentives. Also, we are very proactive in terms of anti-dumping duties and other thing also. So it is very important for the industry now to see how the production can be streamlined, better efficiencies are there. So in the production system, and how we can sustain this growth. So in that connection, I would like to say a few things, because I don't think that, you know, we need to bother too much about what are the challenges, but we need to be mindful of what is happening in the sector. So we have been doing very well, and I'm sure with the kind of support government is giving, the industry is going to be doing well in the coming years. What we need to also do is not to sit on the past laurels. We need to continuously work. We need to keep looking for collaboration. We need to keep looking for, you know, building more and more partnerships with the academic institutions, government bodies, and the R&D institutions, so that we know what is happening in the world and how can our processes be more green, how can we supply more cleaner products, so that our export index of our products are actually there, and we are able to market it to the emerging economies and also to the developed countries like UK, US, and because they all are now looking at India. We have seen, what has happened in China. So we need to basically capitalize on this moment. We have to get more investment, but not getting investment is enough. We also need to sustain it with the right operational efficiencies, and with the R&D, we need to continuously work on that. Some of the things which I feel that Gujarat has a very good, unique positioning, I mean, we can, position ourselves in a very nice manner is that, I mean, let us see what are the building blocks for making, presenting Gujarat as a state for the chemical hub. Even when we are talking about 2047, we have the infrastructure, we are in terms of ports, in terms of the right infrastructure, in terms of environment, readiness, so we have the right infrastructure, and we are continuously building upon that. We have the good regulations, and I would like to also say here to all the industries that let us not look for protectionism, we should be independent, we should develop technologies, and we should I mean, government will definitely help, but you know, my experience is that what Mr. Ashish has said, that you know, whenever we are presenting the case, we don't have enough data. So it's very important to have, whenever we are going to Government of India, we have to have proper data. Then only we can, and in data and in, you know, presenting it, I think we still have to do a lot of work. And there the collaboration and fostering partnership is very important. And we have the infrastructure, we have land. I mean, we are the, though we have 4 PCPI in the country, ours is the most successful one, and we are continuously growing. You know, the kind of investment which has come in this region, and the kind of, you know, it has been the entire region has seen the socio-economic changes. I mean, I was here 20 years ago, and today when I came here, I could not even recognize a city. So that kind of a change which has happened here. And we have in Gujarat, we have the right business environment. Not only we come up with the policies, but it's a very predictable system. You know, we don't allow any you know, system has to be predictable. Business houses know what to do, and if the incentives are there, subsidies are there, they know that they are going to get it. And even if their problems are there, because of the proactiveness of the government and very positive approach of the government, we are always in dialogue with the industries, with the sector, that what are the challenges they are facing. So we are dynamic in our approach to, you know, see to it that our policies are having those flexible nature, so that we are able to change those things. We have very, you know, in terms of talent pool, we see, I mean, I'm sure that in this region and in entire Gujarat, we have a lot of, you know, universities and the educational bodies which are providing the talent pool. And we have also in this sector, we have gone on a model of cluster-based approach. So we will be having, there will be one anchor institute, then we will be having a lot of other, you know, MSMEs are also there. So all those things are there. But now we also have to see that what kind of challenges we are facing. I'm sure that, you know, challenges are, if we see in terms of raw materials, you know, the scarcity is there to get the raw materials. Still a lot of dependence is there on the imports, and the growing cost of the production and the environmental concerns, and also the pressure from the international bodies, how to, you know, the pressure like, you know, WTO and all those. So with those pressures, I think the protectionism is going to go away, and then it will be I mean, you all will be exposed to in a situation where if you're not you know, bringing in those efficiencies either through the digital solutions or any other, you know, technology upgradation, it will be very difficult to survive. So we need to be mindful of those things. But at the same time, let us see the opportunities. India is growing like, you know, we have been growing, our state is growing like anything. We still, the chemical consumption is still very low. I mean, in terms of the other developed countries, our chemical consumption is less, I think around 10–15%, you know. So there we have lot of, you know, gap is there. We can tap those opportunities. Our middle class is growing, and we also see that spending capacity will also grow. And new emerging areas are coming, like green hydrogen, ammonia and other things. And that will also pave way to, you know, lot of green chemicals. So that is a big opportunity which is coming in our way. So then we have this crude oil to chemicals, you know, so we have to look into those things. So I think that, you know, I mean, these are the immense opportunities where if our industries, if they are up to date, they know how to, you know, reach out to those markets. There are definitely, even in the exports also, there are still a lot of untapped markets are there. So we also need to look into those things. I mean, in terms of logistics, in terms of our ease of doing business, I think state government is providing a very good platform for everyone to perform well and to act well. So we have to continuously, you know, keep deliberating how we can excel in these fields and how we can continuously upgrade ourselves. So I think though there are challenges, but at the same time opportunities are also immense, and the way things are happening, I'm sure that we need to just capitalize on the right moment, and which is now. So we have to continuously keep working on those things, and I'm sure that I also see now Gujarat is the chemical hub, and I see that even in the next by 2047. We will grow. So with those words, I would like to end my address here, but at the same time, we'll be very happy to answer any of your questions. And though we keep saying that this is the first vibrant Gujarat in the Amrit Kal, but I strongly believe that this is the time of, this is the time for us. We have to work in the right manner so that, we are able to provide a better society and a better nation and a better state, to our future generations. Thank you.
Namaskar, respected dignitaries on the dais, industries representatives, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. In recent years, India has emerged as a global leader in taking concrete actions towards sustainable development and proactive steps in creating awareness among all key stakeholders like governments, NGOs, civil societies, corporates, industries, etc., towards combating climate change. Gujarat being an industrialized state having major sectors of industries like chemical, pharmaceuticals, petrochemicals, etc., there are challenges also like extraction of consumption of natural resources, the inefficient use of energy, water, and the release of pollutants. There is a huge potential and urgent need to adopt sustainable practices, innovative technologies, and responsible resources management for the industrial activities. As environmental regulator, it is very important for us to balance both economy and environment under the sustainable development goals. The state government is making rigorous efforts to bring in new technologies and conducive policies to move the path towards sustainable development and to achieve goals under environmental regulations and pollution prevention. Investing in and promoting the sustainable practices like use of clean energy, new technologies, and greener fuel can help to mitigate air pollution, waste reduction at the source, and promoting recycling initiatives. GPCB has been a front runner in development of common environmental infrastructure and promotion of new environmental tools. Certain initiatives like promotion of co-processing and pre-processing, recycling or disposal, common boiler for industrial clusters, environmental audit schemes, vehicle location tracking system for hazardous waste, common spent acid management system, treated sewage recycling in industrial clusters, etc. have been considered as best practices by Central Pollution Control Board and replicated in other states also. There are few sustainable practices for pollution control are implemented by GPCB and state government. Government has almost started using 800 MLDs treated sewage in industrial clusters of Surat and Kutch. And the total sewage generation in state is about almost 4,500 MLD per day, and about 170 STPs are operational in all ULBs. So there is a huge potential in this sector for investment opportunities and to apply advanced innovative treatment technologies for recycling of sewage for industrial purpose. Gujarat state is leading in environmental infrastructures. There are 8 numbers of TSDF sites, 36 numbers of CTPs, 9 numbers of MEs, 15 numbers of common spray dryers, and pre-processing facilities for efficient and waste treatment. Such infrastructures are backbone for small-scale industries to ensure environmental compliances. State government is also providing financial assistance for common infrastructure. So there is a huge potential for the development of environmental infrastructure. Gujarat has supported also in promoting of common boiler in industrial clusters. It is a replacement of number of small inefficient boiler with large efficient and state-of-the-art boiler in cluster of industries which reduces the emission, fuel consumption, reduces fly ash generation. It is a win-win situation for economy, environment, and regulator to ensure compliances. By common boiler system, the efficiency of these industries are increased by 35% and would result in a reduction of 1.5 million tons of coal consumption per year. Now, common boilers are operational at Surat and under installation at Ankleshwar, Vapi, and Sarigam. GPCB is promoting co-processing, recycling over disposal, series of capacity building programs, preparation of draft SOPs for recycling, etc. are undertaken. About 42.25 million tons of waste has been processed in cement industries till now, including plastic waste, industrial hazardous waste, fly ash, gypsum, rubber waste, etc. GPCB has prepared about 44 draft SOPs, which is approved by Central Pollution Control Board. That promotes waste recycling and help about almost 2,000 industries in Gujarat to utilize their waste for production. The common spent acid management facility having 270,000 metric ton per annum capacity at Vatwa is operational since a decade. About 700 metric ton per day of spent acid is received from 207 members units, which is neutralized and sent to cement industries. GPCB is also frontrunner in development of vehicle location tracking system for real-time tracking of hazardous waste carrying vehicle from source to destination. VLTS project has got Scotch Award in the year 2023 in Gold category for initiatives in the environmental sector. This system is a tracking tool as well as providing platform for right doers to track their waste transportation. About 9,300 vehicles are registered on the VLTS portal and about 1,300 to 1,400 trips per day are monitored on the VLTS portal. GPCB launched the country's first emission trading scheme, a pilot project in Surat for particulate matter, in collaboration with Professor of Energy, Policy Institute at the University of Chicago, Yale University, and a team of Japan. It is a market-driven regulation instead of forced regulation. The pilot project of ETS was started in 2019 with 342 textile units in Surat. And the total PM emission from the participating units has got reduced to 20%. Due to ETS project, self-regulation among industries is also increased. With the encouraging results of ETS of Surat pilot project, the GPCB has expanded the scheme to Ahmedabad textile cluster. About 122 units having high potential of PM emissions and situated in 30-kilometer radius of Ahmedabad city have been selected for the Ahmedabad pilot project. Live trading is started in Ahmedabad cluster from September 2023. It will reduce the emissions. As we know, third-party audit is a very important work in any sector. GPCB has introduced the third-party audit of certain highly polluted industries by qualified environmental auditors. It is an offshoot of landmark judgment by Honorable High Court of Gujarat. The third-party audit independent auditors are appointed by GPCB, and auditors are extended arm between industry and regulator, which helps achieving harmony between economy, society, and the environment. Auditors are qualified technical professionals, become a link between industry, GPCB for EMS performance, verification, and to achieve compliance for the environmental laws. GPCB is also encouraging industries which are having adequate and efficient environmental management system. The startup projects having potential towards sustainable development are issued permission on fast track mode. To reduce the timeline for document verification, GPCB also published checklists for minimum requisite documents for approval, and also published the siting criteria which is helpful to industry for deciding the land parcel. Environment is a basic requirement for any, e-governance is a basic requirement for any sector nowadays. So GPCB developed a software called Axion. System is operational since 2008 for online concept approval and other modules like biomedical waste, hazardous waste. Online consent order preparation module is facilitated, which helps industry to track their application status, which also brings transparency among the stakeholders. Board is promoting waste to energy projects and recently published SOP for utilization of paper mill waste, including plastic waste, ETP sludge, de-inking sludge, and RDF. This will help to achieve goals under circular economy and also ensure environmentally sound management waste generated from paper industry. Our Honorable Prime Minister also emphasized the adopt concept of circular economy in 2021 and a mission life, a lifestyle for environment is launched by Honorable Prime Minister in October 2022. We need to go for a simple and a feasible solutions to all the stakeholders to need to work cohesively to achieve targets under sustainable development. It is a high time to change mindset towards environmental compliances, and industries need to think beyond compliances. With positive and proactive mindset and sensitivity to recycling and capacity building of all the stakeholders, etc., are tools leading towards sustainable development. I hope that today's deliberation will be helpful for one and all present here, and I wish a great success for this seminar. Thank you all.
My esteemed co-panelists.
Thank you very much. And we now move towards the session 3, which is on emerging trends and innovative practices in chemicals and petrochemicals. Just give us 2 minutes to change the days and we'll start right away. Thank you. We are few, but can we extend a louder applause? Thank you. And I now request Srimati Ashish to take over, please. Thank you.
Thank you. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
We have had an extremely energizing day with a committed focus, both from the industry and the government, to drive the Indian chemical sector from $215 billion to $300 billion by 2025 and become a $1 trillion industry by 2040. This will need significant investments in capacity build-out, debottlenecking, and digitizing existing plants and greenfield plants to increase the yield, reduce downtime, while delivering consistent gold batch quality. It will also need disproportionate investments in R&D, both from a product and process innovation perspective. Given the same, we have an extremely experienced panel of speakers with over 100 years of cumulative experience to share their thoughts on these crucial areas. It is my honor to invite Shri Jayanti Patel, Executive Chairman, Make Money Organics, to share his thoughts on chloralkyl, potential growth driver of chemical sector for a brighter future.
I tell good afternoon or good evening, I don't know. Because I think 25% people are in this hall. So most of the things I will not repeat, because when 10:30, everybody is talking about prospects of chemical industries. And you know the figures. So I will not go in that context. I will straight away come to the chloralkali industries. Because alkali industries, about 71%, they are constituted of the basic chemicals. Most of the industries requires caustics. India is ranking 5th globally in terms of capacity. So, India is having the self-sufficient capacity to meet domestic demand, and even they export also. Manufacturing plants of caustic chlorine are located across India, but more than 55% capacity are in western part of India. The reasons are well known. Still I will repeat, because there are Grasim Industries, DCM, GACL, this Epigral, Reliance, everybody is here. Industry's characteristics are this is high capex. Power cost is also very high. Okay. High energy efficient plants and environment friendly membranes. I just told you 57% of Indian chloralkali capacity is in this area. Reason is only a salt, because 84% of the salt Gujarat produces. And there are 1,600 kilometers coastal highways, so many ports. So whatever we produce, we can export easily. So logistic cost will be less. Salt is basic raw material. And even in power, because even though India is sufficient in coal, but if we import from Indonesia at Hazira and bring in Dahej, that will be cheaper to buy from the coal mines anywhere across the India. So because in Gujarat there is no coal mines. So we have to bring from Bihar, Jharkhand, that logistic cost from Jharkhand to Gujarat is higher than the logistic cost from Indonesia to Dahej. So that is also one of the advantages. Salient features of the Indian chlor industries. Oh, I don't know. I was just thinking. Anyway, caustic soda is the first chemical to be covered under BIS certification. So all manufacturers got that advantage. Most of the chlor-alkali industries are ISO 9001 and 14000. And many caustic chlorine industries, we got a responsible care certificate also. And my colleague also have got a responsible care industries.
32% of the plants, caustic plants, are under green coverage. In India, chlorine is handled by chlorine from manufacturing caustic chlorine to the CPW and chloromethanes or any other plants. That is the policy driven by central government. We have chloralkali chemical sector included BPET scheme. The industries perform well by adopting this best energy efficient because that is the main raw material cost. Out of 17 category of industries self-regulated for real-time monitoring of emissions. Everybody was talking about decarbonization, carbon emission, carbon tax. So caustic chlorine industries is far ahead than any industries. Even I will tell my case about how Epigral Limited is. Epigral Limited, we just changed the name of Make Money, Finechem Limited, and we have tied up with renewable power for hybrid. So we are getting 4 rupees and 25 paise power. But our policy of Gujarat government is such that we have to give some cost to the JETCOs. Reason? Because farmers are getting less price. To compensate the revenue for GEB and government, they charge to the industries. This is something which is not digestible. India was the first country which they have phased out mercury membrane. Key statistics, I think we have caustic soda capacity is 55 lakhs, domestic consumption is 41 lakhs, and per capita consumption is very low, 2.95. And chlorine is also in the same pattern. McKinsey, in their report, talking that within 10 years, India will be the third largest economy. Because they must have done survey per capita consumption of each chemicals. I am just insisting for caustic and chlorine. But every sector, it will increase per capita consumption. Because per capita consumption of chemicals in India is very less compared to Europe, USA, Latin America, Korea, Taiwan. So, there are chances that it will increase, and whatever gap is between production and consumption, that will be more focused on domestic also, not only export. So now the time for chemical industry is such that everybody is not happy in this moment since 1 year. So they are not seeing the future very bright. But from morning onwards, we have seen the sun rising at 5 a.m. So let us hope something better it will be done. Consumption pattern will increase, demand will increase. So at the same pace, production should increase. I will just, caustic soda demand and production side, you can see this. Next, India from importer to next exporter. That is also a good news. But let me tell you very frankly, our policy in this forum, I should not say, but India is exporting caustic flax. India is exporting caustic lye. Same time, we have zero duty from some other countries like Japan, Iran. From Iran it is rerouted by Oman, and from Japan there is a zero duty. So, I think when we talk about FTA, everybody was very happy, free trade agreement. But when when government should sign FTA, at that time, and every year, India is changing. India is changing very fast. Every year, many people will double the production and many capacity will come. So, in my opinion, FTA should be reviewed every year. Otherwise, Indian manufacturers will suffer, they will bleed. And that is what is happening today. Sorry to be blunt. this is just a consumption pattern because caustic mainly goes alumina, organic chemicals, inorganic chemicals, and textile, and so many applications. And chlorine is mainly goes for CPW, chloromethanes, organic chemicals, inorganic chemicals. So this is the pattern, but globally, this is not the pattern, my friend. Because chlorine, here in India, caustic chlorine industry is considered as a chlorine caustic industry. But outside India, it is called a chlorine derivative industries. Why? Because chlorine consumption outside India is more in PVC. And in India, hardly chlorine goes 8% to the PVC industries. India imports 50 lakhs ton, more than 50 lakhs ton import of PVC because we don't have ethylene. Government of India in PCPIR, when they started OPEL, the intention was very clear. They will give ethylene to the downstream industries. And downstream industries will come and they will have caustic chlorine plant, PVC plant. But I think Naira CMD or CEO just told that the capex of OPEL, and means capex of that unit was so, they cannot afford selling ethylene. So they started their own polyethylene and polypropylene themselves. So purpose of PCPIR to give raw material to the downstream industries like this, that has not served. Sorry to say. In next 3 years, this is the growth plan because consumption pattern will increase. So let us hope it will increase in the same pace, but there is an export market also. Next. Growth of Indian chlor-alkali industries is picking up at 11.4% CAGR. Industry diversifying to invest in downstream chlorine derivative industries. Greater emphasis on export also. Exports have grown at 22% CAGR in last 10 years. And domestic demand has been growing at a CAGR of 4.2% in 10 years. Next. These are the growth drivers and enablers I will support. I think many things are told about road tax, that is 0.8%, but still it helps us. Government measures to regulate the imports of inferior, and when we process upon anti-dumping from chemical department to commerce department, it is very easy, but somebody raised the question, it is stuck up at finance department. But it is explained by DGTFT officer also. But as a people, manufacturing people, as an entrepreneur, it is undigestible for us like this. Green hydrogen emanation. Everybody is talking about green hydrogen. But as an entrepreneur, I don't know whether it is, what will be the logistic cost of green hydrogen, what will the, how do they will storage. That is a fundamental question. Because Europe is imposing carbon tax, so we have to prepare our intermediates from green energy only. If our caustic plant, partly it produces from green energy, then it can, that hydrogen whichever is produced, it cannot be considered as a green hydrogen. So these are some policy decisions. The whole renewable energy we buy, caustic chlorine plant, and hydrogen is produced, then and then it can be considered green hydrogen. So why not pro rata? Because everybody knows that power consumption captive is very high in caustic chlorine. And whatever power projects are installed on coal base, all of a sudden we cannot stop. And we cannot go for green hydrogen at a time. So this is also a debatable issue. Government of India has initiated Jal Jeevan, so that across country at villages, second tier city, three tier city, water treatment plants will come and chlorine related products consumption will increase. And government is coming for has given a slogan, Make in India. And PLI scheme is also coming. We are talking since long, but it will come at any time. So that will also boost up the production. In PCPIR, SEZ policy is going to be reviewed. That may give boost. And Government of India announced new foreign trade policy without sunset clause. That will also give a boost to the industries. Industries outlook. Industries, Indian chlor-alkali sector will continue to grow at 6.4 CAGR over the next decade. India's chlor-alkali growth story will be propelled by several key factors, including increasing consumer demand for products that use caustic soda, investment in setting up facility for production of chlorine derivatives. Just like in our case, we set up a Atmanirbhar projects like CPVC, ECH, and GNFC started TDI or MDI? And MDI like this. But still TDI and MDI production is required. Chloromethanes is, I think, full capacity. But except when the Adani, I should not tell, the big corporates like Adani and Reliance, they are thinking, I don't know whether they have crystallized or not, to increase production of PVC. At what time they will increase, whether they will come for caustic chlorine, whether they will buy the chlorine, these are all in air. But once it is crystallized and white paper, then we can have some roadmap for caustic chlorine, whether we should expand in which direction. So I will not comment. Still didn't comment. So chlorine derivatives growth for chloromethane, India 5%, global it is 4.18. CPW, India growth is 3.3, globally 4.87. Inorganic chemicals 10% up to 2040 and 5.34 is globally 2030. Expected growth rate of caustic soda, textile 12% in India, globally 7.6%. Alumina 8% in India, globally 5%. So I think I have spoken so many things, but something I can't speak as an entrepreneur, but government still do some reforms in making FTA. That is one of the concern. One more concern is the power cost. At least the duty, electrical duty and cess, it should be a part of GST. So at least manufacturers get credit, and that is published in Niti Aayog. Once upon a time, I think before 4 or 5 years, I was the president of Alkali Manufacturers Association of India. Then we have done so many representation. If you want to boost up the industries, not only caustic chlorine, across industries, across India, you should bring power cost is under GST. That is the only solution. Because coal prices are increasing. We are talking about green energy. That I told it comes, we invested some as a captive power equity, and it will be 4 rupees 25 paise. But because of JETCO government duty, it will be at 7 rupees. So you can understand, these are two things which government can always help. And utility cost, once power cost will be very reasonable, then we will play a level playing field to China also. Now everybody is talking China, we cannot compete China. I totally agree. But these are some things which government will focus. This Vibrant Gujarat and this platform is a good platform. So I express my views and concern. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jayanti Bhai, for a very comprehensive and data-rich presentation on chlor-alkali and its growth prospects. I'd now like to invite Sri Dilip Sahni, MD Rockwell Automation, to share his perspectives on a very relevant topic of advanced manufacturing and Industry 4.0 in chemicals, and demystify some concepts and terms such as Industry 4.0, digital twin, deep data analytics, related to preventive maintenance, etc. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thanks so much, Ashish. First of all, glad to be a part of Pre-Vibrant. Being here throughout the day and seeing the energy and the enthusiasm, really was a very apt precursor. See, there are advantages of being, in the last session, and one of the advantages is that all the context that needs to be set has already been set, right? But I'll still repeat 3 or 4 phrases which I jotted down throughout the day. We spoke about how the sector is going to go from 180 billion, and we have a pathway to $1 trillion or maybe a couple of trillion. Just imagine by 2040. A lot of emphasis, more than what I expected when I was coming in over here on decarbonization. That was a resounding theme. A lot of discussion on innovation, but at the same time, there were some concerns around the high cost of capex, and we just now heard from Jayanti Bhai, energy costs, etc. Right? So what you see over here is basically 2 themes: opportunity, but at the same time, there are challenges. Right? Now, if you really look at it, we're here in Bharuch. Oftentimes my colleagues, as we describe the opportunity in the chemical industry to our colleagues globally, we describe Bharuch to be pretty much the capital of the Indian chemical industry. We're here and we are talking about unprecedented growth that lies ahead of us, and India really is standing out as a high growth prospect in otherwise a gloomy global economy, some may argue, right? But if we have to attain our potential, right, 5 trillion and then a pathway to 20 trillion, etc., right? For all of that to happen, manufacturing really has to lead the growth of the economy, and for that to happen, manufacturing has to transform. I just gave you a little bit of a precursor. This is late in the day, so I'll not go too much into the challenges. You've heard quite a lot about that. But it is not possible to draw a straight line from where we are to where we will be, right, without us going through a transformational journey, right? Because you have to overcome a number of challenges. You have to innovate like we have not innovated any time earlier. Agreed, ease of doing business and all of those things, the policies are falling in place, right? But at the same time, the complexity is rising all around us. On the supply side as well as on the industries that we supply to, right? Both the sides, the dynamics are pretty interesting, right? The reason I'm laying out this background is I want to put an emphasis on transformation as an activity or an imperative that we need to do in response to the complexity which is there, so that we can attain, our place in the sun, under the sun, so to say, as far as the opportunity that's out there, right? So opportunity, unprecedented. India has a right to win, as we heard from Mr. Shroff a little while ago, right? That is established. But we need to transform ourselves and so that we can deal with the complexity and come out winners. So I'm going to now pick this word transform. Now, the era that we are living in, how else do you transform if you do not transform digitally, right? What digital has done, particularly to manufacturers, actually to all walks of life, but we are talking in the context of manufacturing, right? What digital has done is it's given us powers to have unprecedented visibility across our entire enterprise value chain, right? Value chain meaning all the way from how you innovate and discover product to how you create that product, right? And then the actual act of manufacturing it at scale, and then how do you sell and the downstream activities, right? Now, you can continue operating in silos as the industry has operated in the past, but that will not enable you to come on tops, in this complex world. If you have to overcome this complexity, you have to look at it as one continuum, right? From discover, create, make, and sell, right? And this vision of tying the entire enterprise value chain together is what people often call as the digital thread, which forms the backbone of digital transformation. Digital thread enables you to have one version of truth across your entire value chain, and it gives you live, transparent data across the entire enterprise. And if you will, to the entire value chain, upstreams and downstreams. Now, data is the new oil, and I'm not going to stand over here late in the evening and argue that to you. I'm going to make an assumption that all of us believe in that. But in manufacturing, data comes in all shapes and sizes, and usually they don't mix very well with each other, right? So when you have manufacturing data, and then you have engineering data, and then you have data that comes from quality systems, and then data that comes from your enterprise systems and commercial systems, right? Now, all the information is out there, but is it easily accessible, and can it be harnessed, right? And that's where these new age technologies are turning out to be like superpowers, right? So, we talk these days about the impact of AI on all walks of life, but in particular, in manufacturing, it's a very, very powerful thing because it can enable you instantly to access vast troves of data using large language models to get insights which are unparalleled, right? This is not fancy out there kind of stuff. This is stuff that is being utilized in the industry right now. Now, I spoke about the digital thread. A digital thread is basically built of a series of digital twins, right? Now, digital twin, again, sounds like a very fancy term. I would argue to you that the industry has been using the concepts behind digital twins before the term digital twin was born. Process models are digital twins, but there are very many other kinds of digital twins that are now prevalent. We'll not go into the details today, right? The point I'm trying to submit to you all is you have unprecedented capabilities which will enable you to ride on top of complexity, cut through the complexity, simplify your business so that you can innovate faster than all the competing countries and firms and companies that are out there, right? Now, this is very, very important to do for another totally different reason. The reason really is there's a generational shift that is going on in the workforce, right? There used to be a point in time people will join organizations with a point of view that I'm going to retire from here. That has ceased to exist, that thinking, right? You talk to any of the next-gen workforce, right? It does not fit into their frame of reference at all, right? So what is happening is you're replacing people who've got decades of experience with people who are here now. And first of all, you have to work on attracting that talent into the workforce, but they're here now, you do not know if they'll be there 2 years later, right? So how do you do that kind of a knowledge transfer? You need to institutionalize a lot of the organizational knowledge into systems. There is no other way that I'm aware of other than harnessing the power of digital, right? Now, these concepts have existed for a period of time. What has happened now is that they've become much more easily consumable by industry, particularly MSMEs, right? Why is that so? The reason that is so is the immense power, compute power that was needed to run many of these sophisticated technologies is now very easily accessible because cloud and cloud-based technologies have made it very possible to easily consume these technologies no matter where you are, right? And again, if it's sounding as if these are out there kind of concepts, I want to just present a dose of reality to you. There are more people across India that are using it. The pace at which these concepts are getting consumed in India is surprising to many industry insiders as well, right? So I just want to leave it at that. I'm leaving you with some thought-provoking ideas and teasers that A, opportunity is immense, B, the pathway from where we are to where we need to get to is not a linear one. It requires you to undergo a transformation. And C, it's very easy to transform in this day and age than it was a decade ago because of all these Industry 4.0, Industry 5.0, and the digital transformation concepts that are available, right? So happy to take any questions either during the session or later on. I'll be around for a little while, hopefully. But I'm very glad that I was able to join the session today, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dilip Bhai. It is a concept which is so evolving that we could spend hours on it. So you've done a fantastic job in tracing it for everyone and at least demystifying some aspects of it. We spoke about India having the potential to get to being a 1 trillion chemical sector by 2040 and on a more optimistic side, even a 2 trillion by 2047 on achieving 100 years of independence. But I'm sure we'll all agree this is not going to be possible without innovation and R&D. And for that, I would love to invite now our next speaker, Sri Naresh Patel, Chairman and MD of AMI Organics, a very high R&D organization, to share his perspectives and thoughts on investments in R&D.
Good evening, everyone. Respected distinguished delegates on dais, Sri Pankaj Bhai Joshi, my fellow chemical industry partners, and value guests. Vibrant Gujarat stands as a symbol of our state's dynamism, innovation, and entrepreneurial spirit. I want to express my profound gratitude and respect to the visionaries and dedicated teams behind this summit, who have elevated to a level of industrial and collaborative prominence, not just within Gujarat, but across the entire nation. Even so, we must also bear in mind that our achievements so far are not just to be celebrated, but we have to nurture bigger ambitions. We have to embrace innovations more frequently and set the bar higher. The world is looking at us, and we have the ability to become the global innovator of the world. Three key takeaways that I can relate to this August gathering. One, the level of interest and enthusiasm for Indian companies there was astounding. It was a clear indicator that the global community is not just watching, but is keenly interested in what India is doing now and what we are poised to do in the future. Two, today the world not only seeks alternatives to traditional markets like China and Europe, strategies like China plus one, Europe plus one are becoming complex in boardrooms. This shifts presents an unprecedented opportunity for India, especially in the chemical and specialty chemical sectors. Three, no doubt, we have seen the benefits of investing in capabilities in the past decade, which has also made the Indian chemical sector as the 6th largest global producer with presence market worth $178 billion as of 2021. Looking ahead, we are expected to grow at an annual growth of around 11 to 12%, with the chemical industry poised to reach about $290 to $310 billion in a revenue. And no doubt, the progress of the Indian chemical industry to date has been impressive. Yet, it is the breadth of future possibility that truly captivates my imagination. Today, our nation primarily imports fundamental innovations in molecular science, engineering, and other key technologies areas from the developed countries. The time has come for us to pioneer our own innovation and deepen our commitments to research and development. This step is crucial in moving ahead India's traditional role as an outsourcing hub and positioning ourselves as a leading innovator in the chemical sector.
And innovation is the key to leveraging this opportunity. And when I speak of innovation, I am referring to a broad spectrum of change in not limited to any linear progressions. Allow me to present the following 4 points. Number one, product innovations often goes hand in hand with the advancement in manufacturing processes. It's not just about the end product. We are talking about reinventing the processes that get us there. In our industry, this could mean finding a new way to synthesize a chemical that saves us around 30% on energy and other aspects. That is not just good for our bottom line. It is a win for the environment too. Second, when I talk about the innovation, I am referring to an entire landscape of change that is as diverse as it is deep. It is not just a straight line from point A to point B. We know that the path to the efficiency stretches far beyond the manufacturing plant. Whether it is adopting linear management method of cutting down the time it takes to get our products to market, these innovations are vital. Imagine customizing our material selection to fit our clients' need perfectly, or adopting the latest IT advance to bring clarity and transparency to our business dealings. Number three, for us, innovation lies in the realms of human resources or our boardrooms. It is about ensuring we are bringing in the right talent, nurturing them, and aligning them with our vision. We have to ask questions about our business model and being brave enough to change it if that is what is needed. And four, look at our industry as a whole. We have seen groundbreaking shift in how things are done, from setting up a chemical parks to rethinking distribution models. Innovation should not just a buzzword for us. It is driving force that directly impacts our bottom line and has a merit of other effects on our business, contributing significantly on our success. In the end, my talk with a prescription of punctualist to one and all. One, develop niche products in specific market where some of our key products can hold more than 50% global market. Second, have an approach that creates high entry barrier for competitors. Third, establish a track record as a trusted and reliable suppliers of innovation and earns the status of preferred supplier from your clients. Four, get recognized for innovation product backed by robust R&D efforts. And fifth, be the first in the market. So these are the few things which I want to say about that. Thank you very much for inviting me for this talk. Jai Hind, Jai Gujarat.
Thank you, Naresh Bhai, for those insightful 5 tips on how to become innovative and stay ahead of competition, especially in such a volatile market as everyone has been experiencing in the last 1 year. Naresh Bhai, let me ask you a question. You rightly highlighted the fact that, to stay innovative, you need to be spending. And I think in your own organization, you've invested in a real large bench of scientists who are constantly innovating products for you. Similarly, globally we see the companies which have a cutting edge above the rest are constantly innovating, so spending a lot towards innovation. What percentage of their sales do they typically spend towards R&D? In contrast, what is the Indian average spend on R&D to percentage of sales in the chemical industry?
Thank you. It's very important that in the globally, the difference, very clean difference between chemical innovation in the world and the India. We normally work on the processes improvement rather than the new development. So the spending is also depends on the size of the company. It depends on the requirement of the company and where it is situated. But in globally, it's somewhere around 5% to 20% is the investment is happening in the new innovation in the chemical sector. Whereas compared to in India, we spend normally 2 to 5% of our total revenue in the R&D spending.
So clearly there's a disproportionate spend on R&D which enables them then to capitalize on that and stay ahead of competition. But do you also see that there's a need for some kind of ecosystem required? And I think in the earlier panel also there was a discussion about not just corporates innovating standalone, but having the support of academia, having the support of universities and the government funding grants and so on. So what is your view around building that ecosystem in India to funnel that R&D spends, innovation, and thrive?
Ecosystems would be encompassed with several things, like you rightly says that there should be some initiative in terms of establishment. So, the entrepreneur should be focused more on cultural innovations. It should be more focused on R&D spending and investment spending. There should be focused on market awareness, customer-centric approach. There should be technological adoption. There should be talent improvement programs, risk management. There are several aspects which can be utilized to make our company, or say, for example, the chemical sector, competitive against the world. So there should be more focus on this kind of area where you can have external agencies as well as internal improvement, which can be help you to grow your system.
Thank you so much. That's really helpful advice. Jayanti bhai, I'm going to come to you. You spoke a lot about chlor-alkali, and it was almost like a Bible on chlor-alkali. But coming to the theme of innovation, what can be done in the chlor-alkali space from an innovation perspective, to further amplify the growth potential, which you already highlighted?
Talk of India and talk of the day is green hydrogen. Actually, caustic chlorine industry is already producing hydrogen. Once if we can start with green energy, then it can be a green hydrogen. So everybody is talking about green hydrogen, but I will repeat, if we can set up caustic chlorine plant with green hydrogen, the cost of the green energy should be very competitive. So once Mukesh Ambani has given one statement, whenever there is a price of green hydrogen will be $1 per kg, then it will be feasible. So first is price and then logistic and supply chain. So we have to create the ecosystem for green hydrogen. Otherwise purpose will not be served. That is innovating, number one. Number two, how we can decrease the cost. We can create such a membrane. There should be R&D in membrane. So power consumption should be less in that membrane. And oxygen depleting cell also. So we can convert that for hydrogen as a fuel. So these are also one way we can do the innovation.
Absolutely right. And the same way was when solar was being considered as an alternate form of energy consumption. Well, solar was very expensive. The adoption of solar in corporate India was not so high. But once solar power came down, the panels, various elements of it, everyone started adopting solar. So, you're right on the fact that we will have to identify means of bringing down the cost of developing green hydrogen, and then the adoption of that will increase significantly. So now coming to you, Dilip bhai, you spoke a lot about innovating in the manufacturing plant area. And, can you give the team out here some insights as to how should they go about starting this journey? You talked of various concepts. It can entail a high investment, but not everyone would want to spend that much initially. So what would be the way to get started on that journey?
Sure. No, I think it's a very important aspect, and I'll give you two perspectives. The first thing is we have to recognize that if you have to implement digital, and for that you have to set up a new factory, that's an idea dead in water, right? A lot of investment already exists in very productive plants, which can be made more productive, right? So we have to have an attitude about deploying digital in existing facilities, so brownfield settings, right? That is very, very important. I think it's a misnomer that you need to have very high capex investments to get started with digital. I'll leave you with an example, but I'll come to that in just a minute, right? But I think what is important is to not get fascinated with technology or digital as an end onto itself. It is means to an end. End is an improved business outcome, right? So you have to be thinking about greater value, and then digital becomes a new way for you to attain that business value because you'll be able to get either better insights or a simpler way of implementing something, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? So we have to have an orientation around achieving business outcomes and using digital as a means to get there, right? Now, I think a way to get started is oftentimes, there are a lot of diagnostics that are available out there. If you're very new to your journey, it's easy to get started. You don't have to really be, I wouldn't get prescriptive about one particular approach. There's several approaches that are out there, but beginning with a diagnostic is a good way to do that, right? Sometimes I find myself in a conversation around where do we get started from. One of the easiest places to get started from is attacking unscheduled downtime, right? There's a lot of not just business value that is getting lost, but it is a massive irritant for any manufacturer, unscheduled downtime. And just double-clicking and figuring out where is the unscheduled downtime actually emanating from. It gives you ideas to where to go and attack. Because when you attack, pick up a few areas and begin to attack, work on them, you'll be able to unlock value. Now, I said to you that I'll leave you with a thought just to illustrate how easy is it to start implementing digital in industrial settings without big capex. And this is currently my most favorite example. I was briefed about it about 3 weeks ago. This is an implementation from right here in India. It's an implementation of industrial AI, and it's a very simple but a very, very effective implementation. What it is basically, utilizing industrial AI to predict the outage of a high-value asset. In this particular case, it was a wagon tippler, which was being driven by high horsepower drive, right? The drive operates that. And if the wagon tippler gets stuck and trips in an awkward position, there's a lot of loss, a lot of damage that is incurred and so forth, right? Now, there was barely any capex done because the drive that was used was a contemporary drive, happened to be from my own firm. But what we did was we infused the drive with a newly created algorithm, which was still in beta testing stages. So it's an existing drive, which is already out there. We infused a new algorithm into it, embedded, right? And what it started to do was it just started to take the load, which is basically the current data, and it started to self-train, machine learning, right? It's training itself about what the baseline operations are. And it began to also find out patterns which were unusual, which are usually lead indicators for a tripping that is about to happen. Within less than a week's time, it was able to predict its first trip. Now, when it predicts, meaning the trip has not yet happened, right? It was able to alert that something unusual is going to happen. The maintenance teams, the operations teams, they swung into action in less than 30 minutes. They were able to identify that there was something wrong with the gearbox, right? And they were able to avert a potential shutdown. Now think about it. Now, did that require a big capex investment? My answer to that is no. So choosing the right problem to work on is very, very important. If you choose the right problem, which has the potential to give good business outcomes, while not being an energy drainer and taking like a year for you to get to the final value. So the choice of problem becomes a very, very important aspect.
Thank you so much. So you're saying one is you can look at doing a diagnostic, the other is looking at identifying problem statements, and then using simple sensors to be able to plug into the systems, gather the data, study the data, do analytics on it, and identify the solutions. So those are ways we can look at it. But then, there's another piece which is emerging, a great buzzword which is attracting everyone, which is Gen AI. Can you help us with some use cases that could potentially be there for the chemical and petrochemical sector using this new buzzword, Gen AI, to solve problems?
Sure. And Ashish, I was just very recently introduced to the new report which your firm has put out on Gen AI, which estimates the value at stake for India, for Indian GDP. It has the potential to add $1.2 to $1.5 trillion. So for a $3.5–4 trillion economy, that's the value it can add over the next decade or thereabouts, right? So it's extremely powerful. But to an example, what does it mean to manufacturers? What does it mean to a firm, to have the capability to deploy Gen AI in an industrial / manufacturing setting? If you recall, I was talking about the value stream being discover, create, make, and sell. If I had time, I would have given you, examples which are exciting us about all stages of this continuum. But I'll pick only one example. And again, a very simple day in, day out kind of example. And this example would be, let's say, maintenance, right? If you're maintenance people, particularly when they are dealing with downtime, are the most stressed lot because everyone is breathing down their necks, right? And the opportunity or their ability to you do a great job and you're able to restore the function, even if it is in 10–15 minutes, no one gives you a pat on the back because you still took away 15–20 minutes, right? But what Gen AI has the potential to do is, in that setting, when you're experiencing a downtime situation, right, and when you have so much of disparate data, you need to know what the process conditions were under which, first of all, you need to know what really was the cause of the shutdown, right? So you need to know cause and effect, right? And when a shutdown occurred, okay, once you've been able to track down the cause, to be able to call out what are the top 2 or 3 possible things that could lead to a diagnosis and how to restore it. If all of this could be simply done through a query, which can then run and span across disparate systems from your own engineering drawings to the manufacturer's manuals to whatnot, right? And to spit out an answer in less than a minute, right there, maybe with your mobile device like an iPad or a cell phone. Think about the power of it. It can be the difference between taking hours to sometime even a day to diagnose versus being able to query and talk to your entire knowledge base, because these large language models are so powerful, right? So this is a very simple example, but I think it drives home the point about the impact that it can create and how much it can simplify our lives.
Thanks so much, Dilip bhai. Naresh bhai, we are hearing that innovation is there, it's necessary, but it comes at a cost, which is what has been holding back a lot of companies from being able to really spend on R&D. Especially when we are at sometimes a other end of the value chain, so that it doesn't command that kind of pricing, because you're not having premium products where you have a high monopoly. You're playing in a commodity market or with competitive pressures coming from global as well. So if we want to enable more and more R&D and innovation, whether in product or in process, what would be your wish list from the government for support? We used to have weighted R&D deductions. We talked about carbon taxes or green taxes, which are negative. Any thoughts from your side? As Christmas, it's time when Santa Claus is happy and happy to give gifts. Anything that you would want to ask for?
Thank you. First of all, R&D investment is a willingness from the top to the bottom. Definitely government is helping, like DSIR was in the past was giving us a tax advantage. But what I believe is that government should support R&D tax benefit, supporting intellectual property protection, supporting, making an industry academia partnership kind of things, which can help not only industry to spend less because students can get an experience and industry can get the benefit of that. Apart from that, there should be market approach should be created so that the new innovations, if they new start make they should have a market is available kind of things. These are the few things which can be help industrialists as well as new researchers to invest more in that.
So I think the other aspect is, maybe one can look at it a little differently. There are startup ecosystems that the government has permitted. Maybe you can set up an entity more in the startup nature and avail of those benefits, which enables you to innovate, like how the startups do, in a less organized setup, so that you can really fuel that innovation in your organization, but in a standalone entity. And that can still get you the tax benefits as well. And also enable that free flow of ideas in an unbridled manner. So I'm going to now open the forum to all of you audience. If you have any questions for these esteemed panelists who come with wealth of experience, we are happy to field those. Any questions, please? Okay, so it looks like our panelists have done a fantastic job in demystifying all the concepts, and we don't have any more questions for this, so we will then call it a day. Thank you so much for your patience, for listening in, for staying on, and thank you again to Vibrant Gujarat for inviting us here.
Thank you so much, Ashish, for that wonderful moderation, and thank you, panelists, for your suggestions and your insights and your information. And we're not calling it a day because we have got 2 more ceremonies to do. I will foremost request MD Sir, Mr. Pankaj Joshi, to extend a thank you note. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I stand before you today with profound sense of happiness as we gather for the valedictory session of the enlightening seminar. It is heartening to witness such diverse and esteemed gathering, and I express my deepest appreciation to all the delegates for entrusting us with your valuable time here in Bharuch. Friends, when we were working on the organization of the seminar, we had basically 3 major challenges. First, the venue Bharuch itself, to bring delegates, government dignitaries, Government of India dignitaries from Delhi, Gandhinagar to Bharuch. That was a major challenge. Our second challenge was 23rd of December happens to be Saturday, it's a government holiday. So this was another challenge. And the third challenge was 23rd December happens to be a part of a very long weekend. So despite these all challenges, I'm very happy to share that there was a very good turnout, both in terms of VVIPs which participated in this seminar, this summit, and also the participation of delegates, speakers. And as you all know that this event on chemical and petrochemical, this was a PreVibrant Gujarat Summit related event, and we have our Vibrant Gujarat Summit 2024 on 10th, 11th and 12th of January. So this is perhaps one of the last, since I think we are less than 20 days are left for the actual Vibrant event. So today's event would be one of the last pre-Vibrant events. And our pre-Vibrant events, they started sometime in October this year. And I'm very happy to share that state on a whole, we have organized nearly 75 pre-Vibrant events, basically. And during the main Vibrant, which is to happen on 10th, 11th and 12th of January, there will be another 50 events which will be organized. So there are a lot of parallel events which are happening on these 3 days. So in all, we have 75 plus 50, almost 125 events are being organized as part of this Vibrant Gujarat 2024 event. Now coming back to the pre-Vibrant Summit of today, we have had throughout the day, there are three words which encapsulate the essence of our deliberations. We had like right from morning 10 o'clock till almost 5:30. We had our inaugural session, which was followed by 3 plenary sessions, 3 technical sessions. And the 3 words which encapsulate the essence of our deliberations are basically one is collaboration, 2 is acceleration, and 3rd is innovation. So these themes form the cornerstone of today's seminar on FutureChem Gujarat. Beyond the immediate objective of fortifying the state's chemical and petrochemical sector, I firmly believe that our journey of becoming the global leader aligns seamlessly with the visionary goals set by our Honorable Prime Minister for a developed India by 2047. I am happy to share that as Managing Director of GNFC, I am a part of GNFC since last more than 3 years now. I am closely associated, as being part of GNFC, I am associated with the chemical sector. And I understand and truly appreciate the challenges which are being faced by this sector in Gujarat. I am sure that, I am confident that our conversations today will serve as a catalyst propelling Gujarat towards a leadership role in the global chemical and petrochemical sector. I am happy to share that as many as 11 MOUs were signed today, costing around, which promises an investment of around 67,000 crore in the state of Gujarat. And as Honorable Union Minister remarked that 67,000 is a small figure and we should aspire for 5 lakh crore kind of an investment. I think we'll definitely work towards that also. I extend my warmest gratitude to the distinguished speakers from various industries, including Deepak Group, UPL Limited, Niara Energy, Engineers India Limited, Make Money Organics Limited, Rockwell Automation, and Ami Organics Limited. Each speaker has contributed diverse insights into the landscape of Gujarat's chemical and petrochemical industry. Special thanks are due to our esteemed dignitaries who have graced us with their presence and shared their invaluable perspectives. Our special thanks to Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel ji, Honorable Union Minister of Chemicals and Fertilizer, Dr. Mansukh Wandia ji, Honorable State Minister of Finance, Energy and Petrochemicals, Sri Kanubhai Desai ji, Honorable State Minister of Industries, Labour and Employment, Shri Balwant Singh ji, and Chief Secretary of the State, Shri Rajkumar sir. Their insights into India's and Gujarat's vision, particularly in the domains of chemical and petrochemicals, have enriched our understanding of the state's dynamic landscape. I also extend my gratitude to my colleagues from Government of India and Government of Gujarat, who have played pivotal roles as keynote speakers and panelists. Shri Mukesh Puri, MD GSFC, Srimati Mamta Verma, Principal Secretary, Energy and Petrochemicals, Government of Gujarat, Shri R.B. Barad, Chairman, Gujarat Pollution Control Board, Shri Susanta Kumar Purohit, Joint Secretary, Chemicals from Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals, Government of India, Dr. Ashish Kumar Das, Joint DGFT, Vadodara. Their contributions have been invaluable in shaping the discourse of the seminar. A sincere vote of thanks is extended to the officials of CII and also from my company, GNFC, for their dedicated hard work in ensuring the success of this seminar. Such collaborative efforts are instrumental in fostering knowledge sharing and industry growth. I also express my gratitude to the District Administration Bharuch for their support to the event. Lastly, a heartfelt appreciation goes out to the wonderful and sincere audience here from various industries. Your active participation and sustained engagement throughout the day have been truly commendable. Thank you all for being an integral part of this enriching event. Jai Hind, Jai Jai Garvi Gujarat.
Thank you very much, sir, for your warm thank you note. And now we request you to present the mementos to the moderator and the panelists over here. સવારથી તમને કહેતી હતી કે તાળીઓ વગાડો, તમે બધા માટે વગાડી, હવે પોતાના માટે વગાડો. You've been a wonderful crowd since the morning. And this is Dhwani signing off, but wishing you Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and see you all bright faces in Vibrant 10th, 11th and 12th. Promise to come down to Gandhinagar and we'll see you there. Thank you so much and love you all. Stay safe, stay healthy. Bye-bye.